Good morning.
Morning.
I live in Nash County in the city of Rocky Mount. I've lived there for 26 years. For 24 years, you've heard nothing from me. The last 2 years, I believe in the words of Admiral Yamamoto, you have awakened a sleeping giant and filled me with resolve. I have 3 vehicles that I get charged personal property tax on. And all 3 vehicles are assessed in a different manner. It doesn't make sense to me. To me, there should be one way to assess a value on a vehicle. If I own a vehicle, and you own a vehicle, and you own a vehicle, and they're identical, according to the Nash County Tax Office, my tax bill would be different than yours and different from yours. I had a meeting with them. And it'd be different from yours and different from yours. It's ridiculous to think that owning the same vehicle, you would have the same tax. But you don't, because they assess tax on vehicles differently, and they wouldn't even tell me when to use which program. So this started when I had my trailer a year and a half ago, this argument. But I came in on this last one, I got taxed on my Armada. And I was taxed at a very high value, in my opinion, very high rate. I appealed it, and I said, I need to appeal it. And it says right here, to appeal, you go to this website. This website's dead. It doesn't exist. It's been dead for years from what I'm told. Years, okay, years. This website's dead. When I went in to see the tax office, they said, they can't do anything about it. This comes from the DMV. They can't do anything about it. Well, I got a letter from a young lady who told me, I'm getting it changed. And it's the same person who told me they couldn't do anything about it. They also told me to come down with my paperwork and show it to them. Please bring your paperwork down and show it to me. So I came down to show my paperwork. The lady there said, nobody's here to see you. You're not going to see anybody. I said, well, they told me to bring my paperwork down because it's dead. It's a dead website. Sir, if you want to appeal, give me your paper. Okay, so I gave it and I had to leave. We had a meeting and I said, this website is dead. All 3 people in the meeting says, oh, did you know that? No. Did you? No. Did you? No. I just spoke to them a few days ago. But yeah, that's the first time I heard of it. I don't buy it. So I asked, how is this vehicle appraised? Well, it's appraised by a program. Not the purchase price, not the book values. I believe you should be taxed on book value. But it's not. It's by a program in a computer. And if I disagree with it, I need to contact my state legislators or the DMV because they set it up. I was told that no less than a dozen times during this meeting. Contact my state legislator. Long story short, I did. I have a letter from a state legislator. It basically says they're full of you-know-what. After that, I said, well, let's talk about my trailer. And they said, all right. I said, how was that calculated? Sales price. I said, why would you ever calculate personal property off of sales price? Because sales price is different. There's rebates, there's incentives, there's all this stuff.
Sir, you have 1 minute.
Okay, well, let me get right down to it. The law says vehicles, North Carolina law, vehicles should be, you should be taxed at the true value. The law goes on to identify the true value as being interpreted, meaning a market value, that is, the price estimated in terms of money at which the property would change hands between a willing financial able buyer and a willing seller. That's the definition of book value, y'all. The third way, I had a car given to us by a family member. And they kept telling me, we do not use book value. We never use book value. We never use book value. So I said, well, how's this one? How's this one? You can't make this up. How is this one taxed? Book value. I said, you just told me 5 minutes ago you don't use book value. Oh, sir, everything has a value. I said, I know that, and that's what I want.
Thank you, Mr. Lather. Appreciate your comments.
Do what?
That would conclude your comments, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
You'll be contacted by a staff person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Yasmin Lather. Do you have something to add to that? Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Okay, that concludes our public comments for this morning. As I stated at the beginning of the meeting, we will move to agenda item 5A, call on the manager for, call on Mike Phillips, the Utilities and Facilities Director, to make the presentation of a new employee. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I am pleased to introduce Alex Fuller as our new Deputy Director of Utilities and Facilities. Alex officially began in this role on June 18th, a couple weeks ago. He is a graduate of East Carolina University with a degree in urban and regional planning with concentrations in coastal and environmental resources. And he is also licensed as a professional land surveyor in North Carolina. Prior to coming to Nash County, Alex served 7 years as the Assistant Public Utilities Director for Franklin County. While there, he helped manage the rapid growth of the water and sewer utilities from 6,000 customers to over 10,000. He managed a $4.3 million water replacement project and also led the effort to establish an enterprise GIS system for the Utilities Department. Alex has also served as the Public Services Director in Selma, North Carolina for more than 5 years, where he directed operations for water, wastewater, solid waste, streets, stormwater drainage, facilities, fleet maintenance, and cemeteries. Before beginning work in local government, Alex also served as a consultant to local governments for 15 years with the Wooten Company. During this time, he administered hazard mitigation buyout projects after Hurricanes Fran and Floyd. He completed land use plans and subdivision regulations and led GIS and mapping services group for the company. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Alex Fuller.
Good morning, Alex. Would you like to make some comments? Well, welcome to Nash County, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Glad to have you on the team.
I'm excited to be here. There's a great team of experienced professionals I've already encountered. Mike has introduced me to many projects that have already began or about to begin. We've got a lot of activities going on. And a little bit about me. My wife, Susan, and I have been married 26 years. And she's the licensing supervisor for North Carolina Division of Child Development. Our oldest son is a researcher at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. And our younger son's about to begin his freshman year at the University of Central Florida, majoring in computer science. Jonathan and Mike and Stacy have all welcomed me. I've met a lot of employees, been impressed with the organization, been to, I think, maybe all the departments now, almost every building, and I'm just really excited to be here, and thank you again.
Yes, sir. Commissioners, any comments?
Well,
Commissioner Davis?
I know we were in dire need of having more help in that department. We are very pleased that you chose to come to Nash County. I think you will find it a great place to work. I was very pleased to hear that you were able to get together with Mr. Boone and Mike to work out your salary requirements, but a lot to do here, and you will never be bored, I promise you.
Yes, that has been the case so far.
Yep.
And I look forward to all the activity and staying busy and helping any way I can.
Thank you, sir.
All the comments?
Well, I'll just say welcome.
Commissioner Belfield?
It's a welcome to Nash County, and we expect great things.
Yes, sir. I'll try to deliver on that.
All right.
Other comments? Hearing none, welcome again to Nash County. Glad to have you on the team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll move now to agenda item number 6. I don't see the sheriff in the audience. Who's making this presentation for the sheriff's office?
Well, they were out there in the hall when I came.
He's right here, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
K-9 handler Jordan Evans and Dino couldn't be here this morning, but Pebbles, I think they're on agenda number 7. They're here in attendance. Jordan's on vacation this week.
Great,
But,
thank you.
appreciate you letting us add this to the agenda.
Glad to have you here always.
And I got a short bio if you don't mind me reading.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, would he say his name, please?
Please state your name.
Major Jenkins, Brandon Jenkins.
Sorry, Commissioner Wilkins.
In July 2016, K-9 Dino began working with the Nassau County Sheriff's Office as a single-purpose narcotics detection K-9. K-9 Dino was trained by Southern Police K-9 in Momire, North Carolina, and his first K-9 handler was Deputy Truel. Dino was assigned to the Nassau County Narcotics Division from July 2016 to September 2018. During this time, Dino was utilized in countless times to detect and locate legal narcotics were hidden in structures and vehicles. One of Deputy Truel's most memorable times working with Dino was when he located 10 pounds of crystal methamphetamine hidden in a compartment of a BMW SUV. In September 2018, Dino was reassigned to the Patrol Division, former Sergeant Carter. During this time, Dino served in various assignments from conducting searches of residents' vehicles and narcotics, tracking suspects and missing persons. Dino was also eager to work no matter what the assignment was. One of the most memorable moments, Dino, was the track of a 15-year-old that decided to run away from his parents. One night, Dino was deployed to find and locate the 15-year-old. After about 7 to 8 minutes to the track, Dino located the 15-year-old hiding in the woods. The 15-year-old was returned back to his parents safe and unharmed. In September 2003, K-9 Dino was reassigned to Deputy Jordan Evans, who is currently assigned to the Patrol Division. K-9 Dino continued his various assignments, and while still being 9 years old, has never lost his excitement to come to work. Dino still loves to be around people. K-9 Dino loves to hold hands with people who love to pet him and interacts with the public, and loves to put a show on doing what he does best, finding narcotics, searching for articles, and playing fetch with articles he finds. K-9 Dino has been a hard worker over the last 9 years to serve and has been dedicated to this work, and every handler that has had him. K-9 Dino will live a good life in retirement, including having more toys to play with. Long walks in our country roads, continue to play fetch, and being spoiled. Deputy Jordan wants to thank Nassau County Sheriff's Office and Nassau County for allowing Dino to become part of his family. And the award retired K-9 Dino is his handler, Deputy Jordan Evans, as of July 21st, 2025.
Any comments from the board? You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by, say that again, somebody.
So moved.
Commissioner Harrington, second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Thank you, Major Jenkins.
Yep.
You going to do the next one,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Next one's K-9 Pebbles and his handler Sergeant Stan Rick. Y'all want to come up? And we got a couple members from DOC here too that
fine.
helped.
You're welcome to bring up whoever you desire, sir.
All right. And I got a short bio if y'all don't mind me reading.
Please do.
Please.
All right. K-9 Pebbles is a bloodhound serving with the Nassau County Sheriff's Office, is retiring after 7 years of dedicated service to the community. Born in 2017, K-9 Pebbles joined the Nassau County Sheriff's Office in 2018 at 8 weeks old. Only at 9 weeks old, she began her rigorous training and tracking, where the normal service dog begins their training around 12 to 18 months. K-9 Pebbles' primary trainer was Sergeant Stan Ricks, who was mentioned by the late Wayne King, of known bloodhound trainer and handler with the North Carolina Department of Adult Corrections. Throughout his career, Pebbles has been invisible partner of Sergeant Stan Ricks, assisting in numerous operations, including 25 utilizations in the apprehension of violent fugitives and countless searches for missing persons. During the course of her career, K-9 Pebbles maintained her certification as a tracking dog through the North Carolina Police Dog Association. The last track for K-9 Pebbles was based off conditions given by communications. She was brought into the area and located the subject. K-9 Pebbles was not only demonstrated extremely skill and courage, but has also been a symbol of dedication and loyalty within the department. Beyond duty, K-9 Pebbles was touched many lives in the community, events, school demonstrations, and public safety outreach programs, fostering a strong bond between law enforcement and the public. As she enters our retirement, K-9 Pebbles will enjoy a well-deserved life of relaxation and play, continuing to be a loved companion to Sergeant Ricks and his family. Award retired K-9 Pebbles to Handler Sergeant Stan Ricks, effective July 1, 2025.
Thank you, Major Jenkins. Any comments from the board?
You want to say it?
Yeah.
Any comments from you, Stan?
Yes, sir. Thank y'all very much for the opportunity to actually be a handler. The support that the county has given me and her has been great. Just want to identify the folks that have come up with me. My wife, Amy, my son, Logan, Jason Holliday from DOC, and Eric Sutherland from DOC. Eric and Jason were instrumental with Wayne, with training myself and Pebbles. If it wasn't for them, she would not be the animal she turned out to be today. Logan, my son, was the one that played with her at 9 weeks old, right after I got her, to start the tracking. It started off as a game, but it got, the distance increased as they played, and it wasn't long before a 9-week-old bloodhound was tracking through the woods up in Avonton. Just again, thank y'all for the opportunity, and I just don't know how special this little one is to me.
Well, we appreciate you, Officer Ricks. You guys hang around just 1 minute. Did anyone have any comments?
Yeah.
Commissioner Arrington?
Congratulations, Pebbles and Dino. But Pebbles, I know, is y'all getting a great family member. I love dogs, and you can't beat that great friendship that I know you all have with Pebbles. Congratulations.
Thanks, sir.
Other comments? Commissioner Belfield?
Well, I just have a question. When you retire K-9, is it because of age or they lose their effectiveness in what they've been trained to do?
Actually, K-9 Pebbles is not being retired for medical reasons or age or anything of that nature. I'm getting ready to retire myself. I'm leaving out into this month. And with not being her handler for over 6.5, 7 years, it was the sheriff's office to show respect and with gratitude to them that they said we're going to go ahead and retire her. I'll give you a history of Pebbles. Pebbles was free to the county. We did not pay the $15,000, $20,000 that we normally do for a trained canine. She was donated from North Forks Kennels out of Virginia. So the only thing it cost for her was the tank of gas to go pick her up. Now, the medical equipment and stuff like that was just a general cost, but this little girl's been right there with me the whole time, and I'm grateful that the sheriff's office decided to retire her with me because she's still spunky and ready to go, and we could go run a track today and we're going to succeed in it.
Other comments? All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Howell, second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. That motion passes. Would you guys like to turn around and kind of get situated there and get a good picture? Let me get out of the way.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your retirement. Yes, sir. Thank you, Major Jenkins. We'll move now to agenda item number 8, call on County Extension Director Heather Glennon to make the introduction. Good morning, Ms. Glennon.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Today, I would like to introduce one of our exceptional Nash County 4-H members, Taryn Reams. She has been chosen to represent Nash County at the Youth Voice event, and she is here to explain a little bit about her 4-H experience and then request a photo with the board.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Taryn Reams. I'm 17 years old, and I'll be a senior at Southern Nash High School in the fall. And I'm so excited to be here today to talk to you all about this event that I'm going to and my 4-H experiences. I am the Nash County representative for the Youth Voice of the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners for their annual meeting. I'll be learning a better understanding of what county government does, and I'll be able to connect and network with youth and county officials from all over the state. I hope this event will help me build my leadership skills. I'm so thankful to be a part of something like 4-H, with having over 220 4-H club members spread out through all the amazing clubs we have to offer, 40 active volunteers, and 15 fun camps planned for throughout the summer. I'm so grateful to say that I have been involved in this program since I was 5 years old. I got started in 4-H just before I became a Clover Bud, and 4-H has helped me so much in shaping me into the young lady I am today. I'm in the Teen Clovers and Quad Pods Club, and I have taken part in other clubs throughout my years in 4-H. With being involved in these clubs and this program alone, it has taught me responsibility, leadership, teamwork, and critical thinking skills. When a lot of people hear 4-H, they think, oh, it's all about animals, and I don't know anything about that, but that's definitely not the case with 4-H. 4-H offers so many different opportunities and clubs such as cooking, electrical clubs, sewing clubs, and of course livestock and small animals, and so many different things along with community service. 4-H is honestly one of the best things I could be involved in, and it's something I think everyone should have the chance to be a part of. It teaches you a lot and helps you so much with different skills you will need in the real world. As my time as a youth 4-H'er will be coming to a close here shortly, I'm so truly thankful for all it has taught me. I'm hoping to apply to NC State University, and if I'm blessed to be accepted, I hope to pursue my bachelor's in poultry science and eventually apply to vet school. And I have to say, without 4-H, I would not be where I am today. Thank you everyone for your time and listening, and thank you all for your support for the 4-H.
Hang around a minute now. You're obviously very comfortable speaking before a crowd. I was going to tell you to relax, but you don't need that. Any comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I just want to say thank you for representing, and you are very well spoken, and as the young folks say, and I used to say, you got it going on. So
Thank you.
good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Leggett?
Yeah, she
Hold on,
was-
Ms. Belfield. Got Commissioner Leggett. I'll come right back to you.
Taryn, thank you for being here. I look forward to seeing you at the conference, and you did well today.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Commissioner Belfield?
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you at the conference, and I'm sure you're going to learn quite a bit about local government, and may take an interest in it.
Commissioner Davis?
I'd just like to say, one of the first things I heard you say was 4-H helped build your leadership skills. I'm sure there's always room for improvement, but
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to tell you got a great head start.
Thank you so much.
Other comments?
Congratulations on your many
Barrington.
accomplishments and the accomplishments that you will do in the future.
Thank you so much.
Other comments? Commissioner Howell?
Yes, I'd just like to thank the volunteers and the county staff for their involvement with the 4-H program. This program doesn't get a lot of attention, but it has a huge impact on our youth. And as she's mentioned here today, it guides them and keeps them out of trouble and gives them a head start on the path of a career for their future and really gives them a benefit. So I just want to thank the staff and the volunteers that help this program and keep the good work going. Thank you.
I thank everyone. Commissioner Davis?
One more thing for 4-H, it's got to be a great program because this morning I have a wife that doesn't get up early at all. Normally she wouldn't even be up now, but at 7 o'clock she was loading her car with all her sewing stuff to go help teach a sewing class at 4-H this morning. So it must be a pretty impressive organization to get her to do that.
Any other comments? Well, I'll make brief comments. Congratulations, Taryn. I know you'll be a positive, strong voice at the Commissioners Conference.
Thank you so much.
We look forward to seeing you there, those of us that are able to go. Could you come up now? We're going to
Yes, sir.
take a picture up here with you. Commissioners, we're going to kind of line up here in front of the emblem. Taryn right in the middle. Taryn, you're right in the middle here. We can see her, that's fine. You want to be seated?
Sure.
Okay, sit right there. I'd be glad to turn that chair over to you, Taryn.
You'll be there one day.
All right, everybody get in here and you tell us when we're right. You got to give it back to me. Congratulations. That's what your future looks like. Pretty good look. All right, we'll move now to agenda item number 9. Call on Andy Haig, our Economic Development Director, to present the request. Morning, Andy.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, this is a public hearing for the sale of Nash County property for the purposes of economic development. With permission, I'd like to read the public notice.
Please do, sir.
Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 158-7.1, please be advised that the Nash County Board of Commissioners will conduct a public hearing at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as it may be heard on Monday, July the 7th, 2025, at the Nash County Administration Building located at 120 West Washington Street, Nashville, North Carolina, 27856. Purpose of the hearing is to receive public input on a proposed resolution approving the conveyance of a fee simple interest in real property to an industrial prospect for Project Mill, as you know it, that has been announced intent to purchase and improve the property in Nash County, and most importantly, create a tax base and jobs. The property consists of the Nashville Business Center shell building, which is comprised of 40,000 square feet and 5 acres, more or less, situated in the Nashville Business Center on Industry Road in Nashville, North Carolina, and being described as portions of a recombination plat and subdivision plat recorded in map book 45, page 108, the Nash County Registry. The proposed consideration will be for a total of $2,350,000 for the real estate. The intent of the sale is to enhance the county's tax base, future job creation, and economic development growth. The notice and contemplated public hearing will comply with the requirements of the NC General Statute 158-7.1 concerning the sale of property for economic development purposes. After the public hearing, it is in the intent of the Board of Commissioners to approve a resolution authorizing the sale of the property. So the recommended action, or the staff's recommendation, is for the county commissioners to hold the public hearing and approve the resolution authorizing the sale of the property to Project Mill for the purpose of economic development.
There's a resolution related to this matter in your agenda package. Does any commissioner wish it read? I'm sure you've probably had an opportunity to read it. Okay, hearing none. Any comments from the board? Any discussion? All right. At this time, I'll call for a public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a motion for the public hearing? Commissioner Davis, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak during public hearing? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, I'd call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, is there a recommendation? Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
I think you had the motion.
Did I have the motion? I'm sorry, excuse me. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're out of public hearing. Is there any discussion from the board at this point? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. We move now to agenda item number 10, monthly tax report. Call on the tax administrator, Marion Cascone, to present the report, which I would note is for information only.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Okay. And you'll forgive me, I didn't bring that page with me, but according to statute, we are required to provide a monthly tax report to the Commissioners. It is in your packet, and it is meant for, to be accepted, to be applied to the minutes.
Okay, so without objection, the report will be accepted and noted in the meeting minutes. Is there any objection? Thank you, Ms. Cascone. Move now to agenda item number 11.
Yes. The statute also requires us to report the tax refunds and what we're doing in order to collect these. This month, there are no tax refunds for you to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Cascone. We'll now move to agenda item number 12, Nash County Board of Equalization and Review meeting or hearing. I now call for a motion to recess the regular meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners and convene the 2025 hearing of the Board of Equalization and Review. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. The Board of Equalization and Review is now called to order, and I ask the clerk to the board, Marion Cascone, to proceed with the hearing. Ms. Cascone?
Thank you, Chairman. First, I want to make a couple of comments regarding the hearing. This hearing is a quasi-judicial hearing. A quasi-judicial hearing is one that requires the Board of Equalization Review to determine the weight and sufficiency of the evidence and the credibility of the witnesses and make conclusions from those facts, and to exercise judicial discretion when a proceeding is a quasi-judicial. When a proceeding is quasi-judicial, constitutional due process concerns require minimal fair trial standards. These requirements include the right of parties to offer evidence and cross-examine witnesses. Decision-makers must be impartial without fixed options on the matter being heard. The board should decide a case only on the greater weight of evidence presented. Each appellant will be sworn in by Janice, our county clerk to the Board of Commissioners.
All right, before we proceed, I'd like to ask the attorney, do you have any additional comments, sir?
I just would like to add that, as Ms. Cascone said, the requirements for the fair trial standard do include the right of the parties to offer evidence and cross-examine adverse witnesses, impartial decision-makers who are the board without fixed opinions on the matter being heard, and there shall be no undisclosed ex parte communications, which means communications between a member of the board and a taxpayer, and with the decision makers, and no close family or business relationships between the decision makers and the parties involved in the matter. So I would ask if any of the commissioners have had a communication with the taxpayer, they just disclose that communication, just that they have had the communication. And if there's any reason that they believe that they would not be able to make an unbiased decision, then they would recuse themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I would reiterate, as Ms. Cascone said, that all appellants and witnesses will be sworn in by the clerk to the board, Janice Evans. Ms. Cascone, if you would call the first appellant to come forward.
Thank you, Chairman. We call bottling plant Mr. Robert Hothan.
What's
The bottling
that?
plant. There you go.
What's that last name, Ms. Cascone?
Did I say that right,
H-O-T-H-A-N.
Hothan? I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
This is going to administer the oath for you.
Yes, sir. You place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank
Good morning,
So
sir.
good morning.
Mr. Hodhand will present evidence in support of his opinion of value, and then Ms. Cascone will present evidence from the tax department. Go ahead, sir.
Is it possible to hand out the,
If you have a handout, you can give it to the clerk, and she'll give it to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
so,
Go ahead, sir.
so if we flip to the second page, that's a photograph of the subject property, which is the building at 442 South Church Street. I did a rudimentary comparative analysis of surrounding properties. And if you flip the page again, you'll see 502 South Church Street, which is about 220 feet from my building. And that's a photograph of it, if you flip the page again. We should be on this page now.
We got you.
If you notice, this building is, believe it or not, it is occupied, and it's rented as a warehouse. And you see that it's, the square footage is almost, actually, it's larger than the subject property. The square footage is larger than the subject property. And the assessed value is highlighted at $230,000. It was also, unfortunately, you can't see what it was sold for because it was cut off, but I think it was sold for $100,000. And that was in 2021. Now we're going to go to 520 South Franklin Street, which we should be looking at this page now. Sorry that we don't have a PowerPoint. Looking at 520 South Franklin, which is across the street from the parking lot of the building I'm representing. And this is the photograph of the building. It should be noted that it's unoccupied and there are no roofs on this building. And the south wall had collapsed. Now we're at the property card for 520 South Franklin Avenue Street, and you see that the assessed value is almost $70,000, and it is slightly smaller than the subject property. Now we're at 533 South Franklin. It's another building across the street from my property, and we're looking at this photograph now.
You can use a projector. Oh. Turn it on.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
This makes so much easier. So this property actually was it's actually registered as a historic landmark, and it is the power plant, the first electrical power plant in Rocky Mount. And it is also missing a roof, and it's valued at $123,000. The square footage is similar to the square footage of the subject property, 442 South Church Street. Well, actually, that would go like that. They assessed it at $123,000. Now we're going over to, so I showed you the derelict properties in my part of the community. And it's important to understand the difference between positive externalities and negative externalities. So I'm sure you're all aware of it, but I'll just explain that an example of a positive externality is if I own a building, and there's a building on the, let's say we're on a block where the buildings are contiguous, this is just an example. The building to the left of me and the building to the right of me have, let's say, American flags displayed and flower boxes, window boxes with irrigation systems, and the buildings are beautiful. Those window boxes are an example of a positive externality because they add value to my property, of which I did nothing for, other than being in the right place, surrounded by positive externalities. What you saw in those other photographs, where buildings have walls collapsed, buildings that have no roofs, buildings that are basically scary looking, those are considered negative externalities. And it makes it difficult for a property owner like myself to be able to rent my property to a qualified tenant. So now I'm going to take you only, this is about 1,500 feet away. This property is, the address is 130 South Franklin Street. This is the image of that property. And that is a fully functioning office building with a passenger elevator, with a certificate of occupancy, and a functioning rent roll. And it's nearly double the size of the property that I'm defending, and the assessment is 1.8. Mind you, it has a rent roll and a fully functioning building. Now I'm going to take you over to a building that's similar to mine. It's another property at 600 South Gray Street, which is owned by Daltridge Sales. And here's the image of, one image of that property. And it is a little smaller than my property. It does have a rent roll, and it's fully functioning, and it's assessed at nearly $400,000. And now we're going to talk about another piece of externalities. So one of the reasons why it's difficult to get a qualified tenant in my building is because of a perception that the community has. And actually, I pulled the half-mile radius crime stats for that location, and in that half-mile radius of a period of 1 year, this is the stats of crime. We've of course got some aggravated assaults, only one murder. Residential breaking and enterings, we have 18 cases, and actually the one that's most disturbing is the shots fired. 108 instances of shots fired in that half-mile radius. And then I always, actually, I pulled 4 bullets out of my roof. Not at the same time, but over the period, over time, I'll find a leak, I'll go up on the roof to repair the leak, and quite often, that leak is actually caused by a bullet that had been lodged and damaged the membrane. So that's the result of the 108 shots fired. This adds to the perception of a dangerous neighborhood, which makes it very difficult for me to get a qualified tenant to come in there. So right now, the building is, of the 28,000 square feet, I have a certificate of occupancy of only 10,000 square feet, which is the warehouse, and it's only for warehousing. We still have to get the other, I mean, it's a $2 million project in order to get the building, have a certificate of occupancy to actually be more, a higher and greater use, greater than just warehousing. But right now, we're working with 10,000 square feet with a CO as a warehouse, and even that is difficult to run. So finally, the last page, of which I don't have here. Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
Thank you. The last page shows the different assessments. So Of course, the subject property is at 442, that's here. Then we have 600 South Gray Street, which was that slightly smaller building, 1,500 feet from me. And this shows you the 2023 value, where my building was assessed at 89, my neighbor's building 284. Mind you, that's the fully functioning warehouse-style building. And between 2023 and 2024, the assessment, and this is why I believe that there may have been some sort of mistake by 1 decimal point, but my assessment went up, it went up just like everybody else's did. But we have, each address here went up a certain amount. We have 3.5 times, we have double, 0.9, a little less than double, 3.9 for this address, 0.4 for 600 Gray Street. But my assessment of that building that I just described went up 11.4 times, which is why I believe that it's off by 1 decimal. I really believe it's supposed, that decimal's supposed to be over there and double and then a little more, which means 1.14 times. I believe that the decimal point is in the wrong position for whatever, I mean, just logically, right? So that concludes my argument.
Do you have anyone else wishing to speak on your behalf to provide any evidence?
No, I'm here alone.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And so you haven't provided an opinion about it.
Ms. Cascone, you're going to present evidence from the tax department.
Doubling it and then a little more. So,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. This is yours. Thank you for your help.
Ms. Cascone.
Thank you. The subject is a 1.23-acre commercial parcel. The building was built around 1918, and it's the old Coca-Cola plant, for those of you who remember. The building consists of 4 sections. Section A offers 12,850 square feet. A1 is the retail office, which offers about 800 square feet. Building B offers 5,000 square feet, and Building C offers 10,000 square feet. And as you can see from his, I copied his website, and there is a picture of the floor plan in the back that shows that these buildings are all connected, but they're sectioned out in sections. There's a chain link fence and concrete paving, and the subject is contiguous to the Rocky Mount YMCA, which means it's just right next door. The tax bill has calculated the building at 60% good, which reflects the condition of the building, which we had done last year. According to their website, the bottling plant's websites, they have 3 current tenants: Green Solutions, which is in the storage and office space; Total Building Systems, which is in the storage and office space; and Passivus Consultants, which is in the office space and test facility. And I pulled that right from their website. The building classification is warehouse with a brick exterior and a wood frame, and our calculated reconciled price per square foot is $37.79. When compared to the Rocky Mount YMCA building, which was built in 1950, which offers more square footage, but it's also a brick and wood frame construction, the parcel reconciled value is $126.63, recognizing the difference in condition and age, of course. I located one bottling plant, which was in Lewisburg. It's the closest bottling plant that I could locate, and we need to compare apples to apples since it is a bottling plant. It is a newer building, it has more square footage, and the reconciled square footage is, price per square foot is $36.20 per square foot. So the tax department, in lieu of having any other support, believes that we are appropriately adjusted for the condition, and the taxable value is well supported by our support, our documentation.
Thank you, Ms. Cascone. Are there questions of the appellant or Ms. Cascone? Commissioner Davis?
It seems like there is a difference between your description of what's been used or what currently is rented out and the part that the gentleman stated had COs to be able to be used.
Yes, sir, I was concerned about that as well, but I put that, like I said, right from his website. If you look at the website, that's where I found his current tenants, right here.
Well, of course, we know that that has a significant,
Pardon?
we know that that's going to have a significant input on what the building's worth, if it's runnable or if it has a CO or not. So what is the true facts on that particular question that I'm asking?
Well, I do have, if you look through this packet, in 2007, Mr. Hawthorne pulled a permit to repair the roof. I received the information from the Rocky Mount building permit, and it is on, let's see, where is it here? Oh, it's the second page and third page. So you can see, well, the second page is the subject property tax card. The third page is the actual permit that was pulled. And then on the fifth page, you'll see the comment from Kristen Barr, who is the Rocky Mount inspector. She attached a copy of the field sheet for the building for the permit. It was a partial pass per the notes on the field sheet, and there was not a final inspection requested to be performed. And the permit has now expired. So that's all the information I was provided with the condition, and I certainly wasn't provided with an operating income statement, so I could develop a cap rate and a value from that.
You were not provided with
no,
an
sir.
income statement? Okay.
No, sir. And we have it classified appropriately, as you can see from the Marshall Swift page here, and the classification descriptions. And we have accounted for the condition of the building.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask the attorney a question?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
We don't do these frequently, therefore, I don't remember exactly how we done it the last time, but can we ask the presenter another question or two after he presents?
The board, yes, sir.
Okay. I'd like an explanation of what is truly rented and what has a CO on it and what doesn't have a CO on it, if we could get that.
Mr. Hawthorne, you want to come up?
And you had indicated there was one section that had a CO, the rest of it did not, including the office space, which it sounded like she was indicating it was being utilized.
There is a 750 square foot office space. I occupy the office as the 3 tenants that were listed on the website. In order for me to try to rent this building, I can't say on my website, totally vacant, nobody's there, we're looking for business, please come and visit us. Can't do that. What I had to do was make sure that Hawthorne Inc., well, though Hawthorne Inc. wasn't one of the tenants, but Total Building Systems is a North Carolina corporation that I own, so Total Building Systems is a tenant. There's Green Building Solutions, which is also part of Passive House. I'm a Passive House consultant. I studied in Austria. I build energy-efficient buildings. Those are the tenants in that building, as per the website. I had to do it.
Okay, I understand what you're doing. So how much of the building is currently occupied? The 10,000 feet you stated previously?
As far as having a valid certificate of occupancy, 10,000 square feet of that building has it, of the almost 30,000. But it's also important to understand that the use of that CO is really the lowest use, which is storage, warehouse. It's not, and actually I am in the process right now of architectural design to enhance that section of the building because I have a CO. So I'm targeting that 10,000 square foot part of the building to become a makerspace. And in order to do that, it takes a sizable investment to turn that into a makerspace. And makerspace is where a collaborative artist could come and create their things. It would have a welding component, it would have a ceramics component, it would have a painting component. In order for me to do that, I have to make a sizable investment and find financing options, of which are very difficult in that part of town. So in order for me to do, having this 11.4 time tax burden doesn't really help me at all to change the use to a higher and better value. It actually hurts me significantly.
So is it safe to say, you're saying 10,000 square feet you have a CO on?
I have 10, yes.
Is it only 10,000 square feet of the building being utilized?
Of 2,000 square, yeah,
Only
basically.
10,000?
10,000 square feet, yes.
That's all that's been utilized?
Yeah.
The rest of it can't be because it doesn't have a CO?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I could clarify that because I'm in the construction business, I have used some of the space for storage of supplies.
Understand.
Then we still need, like,
Yeah,
your opinion.
other questions?
We still need your
One
opinion
more.
of value, too. What's your opinion of value, so the commissioners can make a decision?
I was offered $450,000 for it, and that was a verbal offer.
I think Commissioner Davis has another question.
Well, that was where you may have just answered my question. What is the value that he has given you that he thinks it's worth?
Well, he didn't provide us with a value initially at all. Just hearing about this $450,000 now. We have the building at $1,111,960. Matt, we had made him an offer of $919,960, I think it was.
Could you repeat that
He
again?
turned down. We made him an offer of $919,000, I think it was $960, which he turned down, and decided to come to the Board of Commissioners.
If somebody were to actually write me a check at that number, you'd see the happiest man in the world.
I do want to note that he did purchase this property in 2006 for $150,000.
Commissioner Davis, you have other questions?
I'm still looking to value that, sir, that you think it's worth.
I'm not a certified appraiser, nor do I really have much experience in appraising properties. However,
But you're in construction, right? And
Yeah.
you have to provide us with a value in order for the commissions to make a decision. How do you know our value's wrong if you don't have an opinion of value?
I'd like to ask him the question. You know, we got to make a ruling on your value or the county's value, so what is your value that you're asking for?
I would say about $450,000.
And did you say you had an offer for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
But you turned that
Mr.
offer
Davis.
down?
Other comments, Commissioner Howell? Go ahead, Commissioner Leggett, he deferred to you for now.
Okay, my question is, the name of the building is the bottling plant. That is just in name only, correct? There's no functionality as a bottling plant?
Yes. The reason why it's called the bottling plant is to pay homage to the original purpose of the building. It was the Coca-Cola bottling plant, which I think is important to embrace the history in order, as far as marketing, I think that would help.
Okay, thank you. And then my question is for Ms. Cascone. There was a comparison of Franklin County to Bobby's Bottling.
Right.
Is that an active bottling plant?
Yes, it is, ma'am. Yes, it is.
Okay.
But it's quite a bit larger.
Okay, thank you.
And younger in age as far as the building goes.
I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah.
the comparison, if one's an active bottling plant and then others inactive, trying to figure that out.
And I was comparing the same building warehouse structure, brick outside, wood frame inside,
Okay,
trying to do apples to apples. It was hard to
Right.
find anything comparable.
thank you.
May I add,
Commissioner Howell?
may I add a comment?
Go ahead.
The goal is to revitalize this project. And once it gets revitalized, when I find the financing, then you're welcome to the increases that it would generate. But right now, it's negative cash flow. And that would, I can submit my past year's tax returns for North Carolina because it shows that everything is negative, but there's no rental income.
Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. The information that you put on the back page, have we verified, and I'm not questioning this thing, have we verified this is all interpreted and we're correct on this as far as what he's put on there? Not down to the penny, but is that information correct, basically?
The last page.
Yes, sir.
With the highlight on the two yellow, that would be the comparison of increase of my neighbors versus the comparison of increase by me. But that's what you're talking, that page.
Yeah, I just wonder, has she verified that this information is?
No, I just received that today, Commissioner Howell, and those are assessed values, I believe, not sale prices.
And these assessed values are coming from the same documentation the rest of the presentation's coming from?
That didn't come from me.
Where did the
That came
presentation,
from
where did you pull these
Mr.
assessed
Hoffman.
values?
I went into the property cards online.
Okay,
But we don't know anything about these buildings at all,
okay.
so.
And then the appraised value in 2023,
Sorry.
it's okay. In 2023, you have the appraised value on here at $89,530, but I don't see, you've got your comparisons, but you don't show your property's assessed value in 2023 on here. So where did that value come from?
You want me to look at the first line?
Well, yeah, I was looking at your presentation on property 442 South Church Street.
Right.
You've got an assessment sheet behind each one of them, but you don't have one
I
behind that.
didn't put the assessment sheet on that one, I'm sorry.
And am I to understand correctly that property 442 is the one that's yours?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, where did we come up with the 89,530 assessed value?
It's on the assessment.
We just didn't print it.
I didn't print it. But, so this page, this page came off of all the property cards. So you could use the line 442 as from the property card information.
I was just wondering, because it wasn't on there, like it was with the others. And I guess my question for any of the staff or other commissioners that may know as well is, so if we've only got 10,000 square feet that has a CO,
Yes.
at the point in time in the future that the other parcels on the property become able to get a CO, would there be another visit from the tax department to reassess that? And would there be a revaluation at that time?
Not a revaluation of sorts, sir. Well, the only time we can change value between revaluations was when they're a change in a property. So if he does change it, he pulls the permit, we'll be out there to adjust the value because of the change. Yes, sir.
So once it gets to CO, then the property value would change?
Right, but it wouldn't change, let's say he changed it in '25 and he did in '25, it wouldn't reflect to tax year '26.
Okay.
Right.
Commissioner Davis?
The biggest issue I have in looking at what's presented is when I look at 130 South Franklin Street and the value we have on it, which we all know what that building is, and then look at this gentleman's building and what the value is there, there's something that's been looked at different because you got a completed office building, totally utilized, mostly rented, that you got valued at $1.8 million. But then I see his building and the description we're getting valued at $1.111 million. Can you help me understand why the large discrepancy there?
Are you talking about the parcel in Franklin County?
No, I'm talking about 130 South Franklin Street, which is the, well, I won't call out the owner, but I go in that building many times in a month's period.
Right, it's assessed at 1.871. Because 1.83, I don't know what the square footage is. It looks like there's square footage over here.
Well, when you divide it out, you've got his building and this building assessed almost identical in square footage. I think your square footage you got is 57,500 square feet.
He has 29,000. and some
I know,
change.
but you look at it from a square foot standpoint, it's almost the same. And yet, to me, there's no comparison between the condition of those two buildings.
Mhm. Well, it could be the zoning, too, because it's zoned as office, as an institutional, not warehouse.
Well, that would be work against you, not for you.
Yeah. Matt, do you look this up real quick and see what they paid for it in 2020? Oh, we're looking to see exact value. They purchased it in 2020. I'm interested in seeing what they paid for it.
Mr. Chairman. Sir. While she's doing that, question for the attorney.
Go ahead, sir.
In this situation today, do we make our final decision here today based on the evidence that we got? Is that what this board is charged with?
That's what the board is charged with unless there's a motion to delay that, and that motion is seconded and voted in the affirmative.
Okay. Thank you.
And they originally, in 2020, paid $695,000 for this particular parcel right here, 130 South Franklin.
Yeah, I was aware of what was paid for it. And- Okay.
And I didn't have the opportunity to review these before we came here today, so I'm sorry for not being more prepared, because they weren't provided to me.
Understand. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Howell?
So if the rest of the property doesn't have a CO on it, can we, and this is a question for staff, I guess, can we not reassess this and just charge the tax value set at what does have a CO, and then once a permit's pulled and the rest of the property has a CO, then the tax department will reassess that and the tax value will change? I know there'll be a difference there between that period of year, but we don't know when that process is going to take place neither, so it'd be unjust, I think, to charge or something, because it cannot be used legally, is that correct, without a CO?
Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
That is correct, and I don't think we can assess it based on that. We can certainly take the statement that you just made into consideration in setting the value for that property.
Exactly, because if you look at the properties that he provided that are falling down, they still have value. There's still value, even if it's not in use. And, I mean, I hate to say it, but he purchased the property, he knew where it was initially. You know, that old buyer beware adage.
I'm with you, and I'm all about being fair and just, but I understand he paid $100-something thousand for it, and it's been valued at $89,000, which is less than what he paid for it. But to go from $89,000 to over $1 million does not seem to be just to me as a taxpayer and a citizen in Nash County. And I think if he's got a CO for the $10,000, and I think you said the rate you were basing on per square foot is $37. Was that the value?
37 and some change, yes, sir.
Was it 36 something, 37?
It's 37, here, I got it written down in my notes. Here. 3779.
I mean, I would feel comfortable using, without him having an appraisal done, the county's done the work and had it appraised, and they're appraising it at $37 and some change per square foot for the CO occupancy space. And if there needs to be anything extra for the other part of the building that's not usable, then we could add from there, but I don't think it would reach to $1 million.
Mayor,
Commissioner Davis?
I think what we're charged with is,
Ms. Cascone?
Would you mind, Matthew Edwards, who is one of our
That's fine, just
appraisers?
hold on a minute. Commissioner Davis got a question.
from my understanding, what the attorney answered the question a while ago, we're charged to look at what he has stated, which he stated $450,000 is his value, versus what the county, and make a determination which one of those we think is correct. Is that what we're charged with? Okay, so I don't think we're here to try to set a value based on the little information and the little experience that we have. I think we're going to be an either or, is what I'm understanding, unless Mike tells us something different.
Would the attorney have any objection to me stating what the options before this board are?
No, sir. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm going to state the options, sir. Okay. If the board disagrees with the appellate and wants to uphold the current assessment, that would be one motion. If the board agrees with the appellate and wants to lower the assessed value, that's an option. The board may continue the hearing, as you mentioned, the possibility, Mr. Davis. So we can go on with discussion, but those are the three options before us today. And if you feel like you need additional information, then it would be my belief that we probably may want to continue this. But that would just be my thought from what I've heard so far. Commissioner Arrington?
Well, my view is that you use the same criteria to evaluate this property as we use to evaluate the same type of property throughout the county, and that we are not changing the criteria, that the criteria has to stay the same, even though a property owner's situation is different, but the standard and criteria that we use must remain the same. Otherwise, we're going to have to change the criteria for all the other property owners that's in the same situation.
Commissioner Leggett?
All right, question, Mr. Chairman. With option 2 on the motions, do we set what that value is that we feel like the property is worth, or are we just simply indicating that we do not agree with the county's assessed value?
We would have to set that value, is my understanding.
Okay.
And again, I don't know that we can do that with what we've heard, but that's just my thought. Commissioner Howell?
Just clarification, I was not making a recommendation that we put it at the $37 per square foot, but I think that's a better starting point than what the current value's been assessed at. So I'm fine with whatever the board decides to do. It's the pleasure of the board, but I do think that the current rating or the current appraisal value for this is too high for the conditions of the building, with only having 10,000 square feet that's cleared for use and rental. I think that has to be considered as well.
Other comments, Commissioner Davis?
When you get to that point, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, Commissioner Belfield?
Isn't our responsibility just to put a tax value on the property? If it's being sold, it could sell way above the tax value or under the tax value. I think our responsibility is only to put the tax value on there. Am I right?
I think we could establish a value if we choose to do that.
Well, that's what we ought to be doing, and as far as what the property gonna sell for, we should be out of that.
Any other discussion? Thank you, Mr. Belfield.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Edwards, have a comment?
Yes, we have a little bit more evidence
Okay,
about.
bring it on
Matt
up.
knows more about this property
Okay.
and the history behind it. He worked with Eddie McCoy very closely regarding. Please.
Go ahead.
My name's Matt. I'm a real property appraiser with Nash County. I just have a comment from Commissioner Howell. You were right in what you said about using the 10%. If we go back and look at the 10,000 square feet, we will go back and look at the 10,000 square feet with the CO on it, and that price, and we will section it out of the non-occupied use. Now, the non-occupied use may stay at $37 square foot, or it may go lower. But the occupied use, based on our further assessment of it and the CO, that $37 square foot is probably going to go up, that $10,000, 10,000 square foot. We will separate it out and take that CO into consideration, but it will not stay at probably the $37 square foot for that 10,000 square feet.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Matt. Is there any more discussion before we call for the motion? Commissioner Leggett?
I just feel like we would need some additional information in order to place a value on this property. Just for example, what empty, unusable space is valued at versus like an active bottling company, which this is not. I think we would need additional information.
If there's no other comments, I would call on Commissioner Davis. I think you said you had a motion, sir?
I'm willing to make a motion, and looking at everything that was
Is
presented
everybody
to,
ready for a motion? Okay, go ahead, sir.
everything that was presented to us today, and really and truly, I think the real thing we need to look at is what's utilized at 10,000 square feet. We need to look at 130 South Franklin Street and realize the value we got placed on that is about the value that we got placed on this at the current time. I think the gentleman stating that he thinks his property is valued at $450,000 is pretty close to what it's really worth, and I'm willing to make a motion to rule in favor of the gentleman at his appraised value of $450,000 for the current time until such time as the building is made more usable with more square footage.
So your motion will be that we adjust the assessed value?
To $450,000.
Second.
Does everybody understand that motion?
I understand
Any
that
further
motion.
discussion? Commissioner Harrington?
Well, I guess I have unreadiness about the property owner really didn't know what his assessed value. He just guessed that it would be $450,000. And
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Excuse me.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
You have to get a second, I believe, before we go back into discussion.
Commissioner Howell,
Commissioner
second.
Howell did second the
Oh,
motion.
I didn't hear you recognize him.
That's
so-
okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Yeah.
Harrington.
So that's the little difficulty I have with this is that we don't really have a real, the property owner didn't really bring us a real value assessment. He just gave his opinion.
Okay.
I have a question.
Mr. Belfield, you have a comment? Any further discussion? Go ahead, sir.
What's the value that the county has on that property now?
$1,111,960.
Repeat that again.
$1,111,960.
Okay.
All right, the motion on the floor, which has been seconded, is that we adjust the assessed value of the property to $450,000. Is that the correct motion, Commissioner Davis?
Yes, sir.
Discussion completed. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
No.
Let's do it by hands. All in favor, raise your right hand. All opposed, same. Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Tottenham.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming forward. All right, Ms. Cascone will present the next appellant to
Thank
present
you.
their case. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, our second appellants are William and Kathy Hendricks.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
I would, based on what the attorney said previously, I would like to make it known that the Hendricks did contact me some time ago about their issues with what they thought their property was valued at. I used, they are located in my district, and I did advise them the process by which they would work through. Talked to them several times on the phone, and actually they came by and saw me one day at my office. I will state that I have not seen what he is delivering here today, and I don't think I personally have any issue whatsoever in being able to rule without being affected by what I previously know about this property. But you said make that available for the record, and that's what I'm doing. Is that the proper thing that I need to do?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else? Commissioner Leggett?
I was also contacted by the Hendricks family last week. They talked to me on the telephone and told me that they would be here and gave a brief description of their situation. But I've not seen any of their evidence, and I've actually not seen their house. And so I don't feel like that they gave me any information that would make me make any decision that would be unfair or impartial, partial. So I feel like I'm still able to be fair in my decision-making in this case.
So the attorney would agree that both board members could participate?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gascon, if you would call up the appellants.
Thank you. Yes, and I want to note that the appellants did not provide the tax office with their support either. Mr. Hendrick, you sworn in first?
Sir, if you would just state your name for the record.
My name is William Hendricks.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, you can be sworn in. Be sworn
Yes, sir. You place your right hand, your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Hendricks, and present
I
your
have some
evidence.
documents I'd like to distribute to the board here.
Clerk will take them, sir, and she'll distribute for you.
And as you can see from, Commissioners, as you can see from the first page sheet, the subject is a 1.2-acre parcel residential site. It's a two-story dwelling built in 2008. It offers 3,221 square feet of living space. It includes 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, two open porches, a deck, and a 3-car attached garage. The Hendricks purchased this parcel in 2021 for $456,500. Please go ahead and present your own evidence, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Has everybody got their copy?
Yes, sir. Sure.
So I'm assuming here I can put this and kind of project it up. We're going to take a look at this, really try to make it simple as possible. Pardon?
Speak for me, sir.
I do, but I'm using it.
Oh, okay.
So I'd like to thank the board for hearing my case. The discrepancy is in the tax value that the county come up with for 25. The reason we're here today is because I received a notice for our taxes in 24. When we got the notice, we took them, placed them in a drawer. Come December time to pay the taxes, I opened it up, and I was shell-shocked at my value. So I contacted Mr. Davis, and he said, well, it's too late to do anything about it for 24, but you can do it in 25. So that's how I wound up here today. 24 is totally on me. It was my mistake. I'd like to explain my document here that we have in front of us. So I was told by the tax office that I needed to provide sales. And so I went out and I had a local real estate agent to provide me some sales in 23 that were properties very comparable to what we had. I also went on my own search and went through numerous houses in Nash County in desirable neighborhoods that I felt like would be compatible to our home. And so what I come up with was 6 properties. And those 6 properties, I'll give you a brief description. And in your packet, you'll have a picture of each property and the Nash County tax card for each one of those properties is evident, including mine. So what I come up with is 2 properties, Tay River and 2945 Chinley Hill Trail, They are located in the Belmont Lake Reserve, which is a 1,400-acre neighborhood beautifully adorned with timber and on the golf course. I have another property located in Nob Hill, is 2140 Jolene Drive. This neighborhood is conveniently located near amenities, friendly atmosphere, beautiful landscape lawns, and most of the homes are all brick. A very charming neighborhood and is well regarded as a nice neighborhood in Nash County. I have another property which is in Goose Creek, 209 Ashmore Lane. This is a popular area and tranquil and quiet neighborhood. Homes are all brick, beautifully maintained, and so convenient to all the amenities. And I have another property, which is Grove Lane, is located in Grove Lane. This area hosts some of the largest homes in Nash County and is nestled on approximately 5 acres or more lots. It's a prime neighborhood sought out by many professionals and has stunning homes and landscapes very charming and desirable to live in. And then I have another property which is on 5823 Bend River Road near the Tar River Reservoir, where you can go boating, fishing, and other water activities. Beautiful home located close to I-95. And it's approximately halfway between Rocky Mountain and Wilson. So there are the properties that I have chosen to present to the panel. So if we'll go to what I try to do is color code it. So the properties we're going to look at today are in the green bar. And I'll go over each one. I was told I had to have sales. So the first thing I did, as I looked at all the properties, if it was not sold in 23, I rejected it. So I wound up, we'll go through the first one, which is 5823 Bend River Road. Sale date is 10/20/23. Selling price of $557,000. It has 3,526 square feet, which is 305 feet larger than my home. And if you took the selling price based on square foot on the selling price, that averages out to be $157.97. If you take the tax value that the county has assessed it for, that is $145.87 per square foot, based on actual 25 tax value. So we'll go to the next one, Roger Sale. That's in Grove Lane. That is a huge property. It sold in 23/12/18 for $850,000. If you take the square footage, which is 4862, which is 1,641 feet larger than my home, the average sale price based on is $174.83. And if you take it and look at it on the assessed value per tax is $163.68. The third property is 2140 Jolene Drive. It was sold on 11/22/23. It sold for $487,500. And if you base the square footage on sales, it was $128.29. And if you base it on tax value for 25, it's $112.98. Moving on down, 209 Ashmore Lane was sold on 126/23 for the cost of $330,000. It has 2,899 feet, which my house is 322 feet larger than this home. The average price on the sale value is $113.83. If you look at based on the tax value for the county is $139.56. Moving on, 6 Tay River Drive. It was sold on 12/29/23. It brought $388,000. The square footage is 2,718, which is 503 feet smaller than my home. And based on sale value, $142.75. And if you base it on tax value, it's $144.43. Last but not least is property on 2945 Chimney Hill Drive Trail. It was sold on 2/24/23 for $556,000. Based on the square footage, it was 207 feet smaller than mine, but based on the selling price, square footage is 184.47. And if you look on it, based on tax value, it's 160.48. So I have 5 properties that actually sold for more than the tax value and one that sold for less than the tax value. So if you further scroll down where it says 23 property sales, so what I did, I broke it out. The total sales value of those 6 homes are $3,168,500. So because that was the value of all of those homes added together, I divided that by 6. And I come up with an average price per home for those 6 homes at $528,083.33. And if you look off to the far right, you'll see how I tabulated that. And if you look at the average square foot, so I did the exact same thing on the square footage. I took those 6 homes, added the square footage up, and that totaled 20,819 square feet. I divided that by 6, and I come up with the total square footage on average of 3470. And that would be an average for those 6 homes in square footage. So then I took that and I said, I divided that 3470 into the 528 and got a happy average of a cost per square foot based on actual sales, $152.19. And then the last column, if you took that column based on the sales, my tax value would be $490,212.71. So I did the exact same thing based on Nash County's 25 tax evaluation. And I don't have to explain how we tabulated again, but if you use the exact same tax evaluation, which the tax value come up to be $145 at the Nash County tax evaluation for 25 per square foot. So if you use that, my property is $503,383. No, excuse me, I'm wrong. My property value based on those figures would be $467,045.
$467,045.
Yes, sir, that would be the last column. So I reckon the question comes to us is, what is a happy average? I don't think you can base it on one for me, because I tried to choose properties that were larger than mine, which I have 3, and I have 3 properties which are smaller than mine. All the properties are in very desirable neighborhoods, is which she'll probably present that ours is a very desirable neighborhood. Our property values in our neighborhood range from about $400,000 to over $1 million. I could go in if I need to for the evaluations for our property and where I live. There's 24 homes. I have documentation on every tax card for that property, and I have averages based on those tax values in that house. But I don't feel like that's pertinent because there's no 23 sales. I was told from the beginning I had to provide 23 sales, and that's what I tried to do. So, are there any questions about how I arrived at any of the figures?
Well, I think if it's okay with the board, I'm going to let Ms. Cascone present the evidence from the tax department, and then ask you both to stay at the podium, and we'll ask questions if that's okay with you.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Then we'll
Mr.
have the
Chairman?
full picture.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Go
Do you
ahead,
mind if I
Ms.
ask one
Gascon.
question of the appellant? I just want to know how close these sales are to your house. How many miles are they within your home?
The closest one
Yes.
would be the Grove Lane,
And how far is that?
2-3 miles.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. All right,
Go ahead, Ms. Cascone.
thank you. There were, Mr. Williams is right, Mr. Hendricks is right, there were very few sales in his neighborhood, but we like to use the sales in the neighborhood because that's reflective of the neighborhood. There was one sale, 4292, and you'll see it in your packet, Kimberly Joe Drive in Rocky Mount. It's a little bit larger in site size, 2.82 acres. It's a one-story building, so it's a great deal older than the subject, built in 1986, with 3779 square feet, so a little bit larger in living area. It has 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and it sold in April 2023 for $750,000. It's within a mile of the subject. And the only other one we have that's even close would be on 3312 Timber Creek Drive, which sold in 2021 for $715,000. It's larger than the subject. It's a 2-story dwelling. It's similar in site size, 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, but it does offer a pool as well. Those are the only 2 real major sales in that subdivision. If you go outside with the subdivision within another mile, there really isn't anything comparable. I just do want to mention that in 2021, Mr. Hendricks purchased this property for $456,500. And if you look through the packet, there's the property tax card and pictures of Mr. Hendricks' property, the second property, which is on Kimberly Joe, and then the third property, which is on Timber Creek Drive.
Okay, just for clarification, the tax value from the tax department is $622,700.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hendricks, did I understand you correct to say that your value would be $490,000?
Somewhere in... if you took-
$212,791?
Yeah, if you took the properties that I presented and did the average, that's, the low side would be...
467?
That's correct.
467,045.
That's correct. And the high value is 497,645. Now, that's for my subdivision. Let's see here.
What is it for your
I wrote down $490,212.71.
That's correct.
So that's the high value of your value, and the low value would be $467,045.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Are we ready for questions from the board? Commissioner Davis?
I think it's important to point out that he has come here today stating that his opinion of value is $579,000 is where he ended up at.
All right, so that's the value you're saying 579 is the value he's at?
That's what is presented by staff.
That was communicated to us, yes.
That's what, okay, so let's back up a little bit.
All right, what was that
Because he
exact
dealt
number,
with
Mr.
Eddie for a
Hendricks?
long time, since
Yeah.
since
579?
February.
Even?
Yep.
Even, okay.
Yep. So back in, I presented this application in January the 13th. I was probably one of the first to get it into the tax office. I give them to the end, Matt immediately responded, said he received the application and acknowledged that he had it, and I thanked him for that. So I said, we went on to the end of January. I'd never heard anything. I didn't know how the system worked. So he called and he said, we'll start taking on these and looking at them the 1st of February. So I said, okay, that's fine. I just didn't want me to fall through the cracks. So at that point in time, I waited And it was about the end of February, I've not heard anything. So I called back and I asked. And Matt said, well, your case has been handled over to Ms. Cassane, and she'll be getting in touch with you. And I said, well, you know, can I sit down in regards to her and argue my case and see what she has evidence versus what I feel like a fair value is? He said, well, I'll pass that on to her. So I didn't hear anything, so I called back. And I said, you know, where are we standing on this? I'd like to, you know, at least show where I'm coming from based on where she got her value from, or the people who did the evaluation. And I was told that I would get a phone call from her. I asked to set a meeting up, and I never received anything back from her at all. So as time progressed, I was told that I would get a letter in March, in about 2 weeks. Well, in the March come, I didn't get anything. 1st of April come, I didn't get anything. So at that point, I was like, maybe I'm really falling through the cracks now. So anyway, I picked the phone back up and called Matt and talked to him, and he said, well, there should be something mailed out. Well, needless to say, our mail is kind of not the best in the world, so there was a period of a week or so we wouldn't get any mail at all. And I really got concerned, so my wife and I made a trip to Nashville to see about why I called, and they said the letter was mailed out on such and such a date. And, you know, I feel sure that it was. I just feel sure that our mail system messed up. So I went up, man, it was right at the end of being able to place this appeal. So I immediately filled it out in the parking lot and sent it back in. But at no point in time was I ever given the opportunity to speak to Ms. Cassane personally about this issue until about 2 weeks ago when Matt called me on a Wednesday or Thursday and said that he argued the case for me, which I greatly appreciate, and that we made an offer for $579. So my problem with that offer at $579 is I was told in mid-March by Ms. Cassane that my tax value would be the exact same. There was no error, there was no miscalculation. So at that point, I'm like, well, why all of a sudden now have we dropped it to $579? I don't know why, but I said, no, I'm into this process this far. I'm going to take it to the board and let the board decide what fair market value should be for this property. And, you know, there was not a lot of transparency between me, a citizen of Nash County, and the tax department. So, you know, had it been a lot of transparency, maybe we would have been sitting here today. But because I was offered the $579, I did refuse it because I wonder why all of a sudden the $579 come about 6 months later. And I was never given the opportunity to argue my case at all with anybody at the tax board. So I plead my case. All I'm asking from the board is a fair value. I don't feel like $622,700 based on what I presented. And what I can prove to you is that tax values for properties in my neighborhood. Not only did I provide you 6 properties, I provided you 3 that were larger than mine, 3 that had way more amenities than I have. My property is the same in 21 when I bought it as it sits here today. The only thing different in it, if you'd have saw a picture in 21, I had a lot of trees. I took them out. Other than that, the house has had no addition. Nothing has changed. I'm the 4th owner of this house. So I plead my case.
So your current value would be the $490,212.71.
I think that's a fair value.
All right, questions from the board, comments? Commissioner Davis?
The document that we are given here, the first page, it states the appellant's opinion of value is 579, so that apparently is not a true statement then.
Where are we at now?
I wasn't given an opinion of value initially at all, and I just used the value that we offered.
So that's the value offered.
Right, and I did
not-
speak to Mr. and Mrs. Hendricks in March and explained that, Eddie had retired and where we were working very difficult, very, as quickly as we could to get these meeting. And we did speak about the initial spreadsheet that you provided, which was just all assessed values. And I explained to him that he needed to provide us with sales. And I know that Matt has spoken to him a few times in the past as well. I just didn't want anybody to think that we weren't responding to our taxpayers, because we certainly do.
Mr. Chairman, what I want the board to understand is the first page behind the yellow sheet it has a statement on it that's not a true statement.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You have other comments?
Not at this time.
Other comments from the board? Other questions? Are you ready for a motion?
I could make a motion, or somebody else can make one, whatever.
Are there any other comments from the appellant or the tax department?
Well, from me, I'm not going after the lowest, I'm not going after the highest. I think that's the average. What I didn't bring up is if you look on the tax evaluations for average for the neighborhood I live on, it's 528 for all 24 homes. And I'm talking about homes from 400,000 to $1 million plus. So where I'm at, if you look at specific homes in there, there's one home that's evaluated 6,660 square feet. His based on tax value, because it's not a sale, is $115 a square foot. So, and that's in my neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms.
Much
Henry.
larger home than I got. So I think the $490,000 valuation is fair for both. I didn't try to go to the 467, which I could have, but I said I want to be fair about the whole deal.
Ms. Cascone, do you have anything else to offer?
No, sir.
Matt standing behind you, he may have something.
Again, Matt with Real Property Appraiser with Nash County. I just want to let the board, this is for information purposes only. Appraisals aren't based on averages. They're based on properties within a mile or less and per square footage only on the sale price.
Thank you, Matt. Any other comments?
As I would love to state that.
Madam Clerk? Yes, ma'am, please come up. If you let the clerk swear you in.
Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, ma'am.
Kathy Hendricks.
Kathy, thank you.
I just wanted to clarify, it's technically a three-bedroom home. One of the bedrooms is what they call a bedroom is small, doesn't have a closet in it either. So it's technically, from a realtor's point, I've always been told that that would be just a three-bedroom home.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Any other comments? Any other comments from the board? Commissioner Belfield?
Looking at these pictures here, because are these homes in a development or just?
There's 5 homes in the development, and one is actually
Yeah,
Bend of the
I
River.
noticed it looked like one may not be.
Bend of the River home is the only one that's not in a subdivision. Everyone else is in the subdivision.
Well, looking at the homes and the square footage that's in them, living, they all look like they would be somewhere very equal.
There are,
And Nash County put a value on each one of them. And you're saying that you think it's too high?
yes, sir, on my property, not on theirs. I'm only disputing my property value. So how, and I go back, if you trying to use stuff that's in 1 mile of our home, then really the only thing you can evaluate is the properties in our community. I just told you of an instance of a property that is a very nice property. It has 6,660 square feet. It's evaluated per square foot by 25 tax evaluations for $115 per square foot. I have the tax card that I didn't pass that around, but I have the tax card here, that if anybody on the board wants to look at it, and it is in 500 feet of my house. So if you look at that, you know, I can, if you're willing, if you want to look at it, I have the tax card here.
Anyone wish to look at it? I mean, I believe we take your word for it.
Okay. So I contend that Ms. Casson also said it was hard to find comparable sales to our home. Exactly. So based on that fact from her, is why I took averages. Now, if you want to go and look at areas within my subdivision, which there are 24 homes actually built from 2008 to 2023. And my home is one of the oldest homes in the community. It was built in 2008. I'm next to the smallest in living square feet or heated square feet. I am next to the smallest in heated square feet. Living square feet considers everything: porch, deck, patios, unfinished rooms. So I'm at 3221 square feet in my home. You compare that tax value, my tax value is per square foot on my home is at $193.33 current tax evaluation. The property I use below in our subdivision, if we want to go into that, there's a property that's 1,399 square feet. Their current tax rate this is 2 houses down, is $137.55. We'll look at another property, which is about several houses down from me. It has 4,965 square feet. The tax value on that is $129.41. And then the property I just stated, 6,660 square feet. The property value in the exact same neighborhood is $115 a square foot. My value is $193.33. So there is a huge discrepancy in square footage within our community. And if that's your best, if what she's saying is true, and I agree because I researched thousands of properties to get this data. And if you use the properties I just described, that even verifies further that my home is overtaxed.
That answers your question, Mr. Belfield?
Yeah. What are you recommending that the value of your property per square foot?
He's recommended $492.1271. If you divide that by square footage, what would that value be, sir? I think we're looking at the value, not...
Well, it would be 152, no, I don't know. I have to get my calculator.
But our motion is going to be based on a value, Mr. Belfield.
The average of the square foot you mentioned
152.20.
before.
152.20, 152.20.
So I did not try to hit the low end, I didn't try to hit the high end. I tried to take a half average.
Any other, you done, Mr. Belfield?
Staff, what are you recommending it remain or be adjusted or what?
The staff's recommendation is the staff's recommendation. The appellant is appealing that number. That's what we're here today for, is to decide what that will be.
We're here today to do what now?
The value from the staff has been stated, it's on the information. The appellant just stated the value that he's seeking. That's the motion, that'll be what will be before us today. And does that clear it up for you, Mr. Belfield?
Okay.
I think it was 622.7 versus 490.212.71. I think Commissioner Howell had a question.
I was just ready to make a motion, if it, no more discussion.
Commissioner Davis, did you have a comment?
No, sir.
Are we ready for a motion? What's your motion, sir?
If it pleases the board, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we set the value of this property at $490,212.71.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Howell, second by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Hendricks, for presenting your information today. Value is restated at $490,212.71.
Thank you, the board.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Would you entertain a 10-minute break, sir?
I think we would entertain a 10-minute break if without objection. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. To order and continue with the next
Thank you.
appellant, Ms. Cascone.
Thank you, Chairman. The next appellant is Rocky Mount Mills LLC, Capital Broadcasting Company Incorporated. Their representative, Stacy Little from Parker, Poe, Adams, and Bernstein, is here to provide their support. This property is at 1151 Falls Road in Rocky Mount. The tax department's assessed value for 2025 is $37,130,300. The appellant's opinion of value that was provided to us is $10,198,834. This is Stacy Little.
Good morning.
Could you just state your name again for the record?
Stacy Little, S-T-A-C-Y Little.
Thank you, Ms. Little.
Good morning, nice to...
Got to swear you in.
I'm sorry. And put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand.
Yes, ma'am. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, Ms. Little.
And Madam Clerk, I do have 2 handouts, if you would be able to pass them out to the board.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize, I think I ran out. So this property, as Ms. Cascone stated, is Rocky Mount Mill. It's a mixed-use property, partially commercial, which is composed of office and retail spaces, and then there is about a 75-unit multifamily apartment component to this property. So our opinion of value is $10,198,834, and this is based on the actual income of this income-producing property. We did produce to the county previously the actual income statements that included the expenses for years 2021, 2022, and 2023. And a composition of that is what you see before you. So you'll see that we've calculated, based on the income statements, the income, the expenses. We included the property tax, and then we came up with a net operating income, and then used a 9% capitalization rate, and then the tax rate for a loaded cap rate of 9.67 to come up with our value. Our value does include a 2% reduction for reserves. So a little bit about this property. Dates back to 1910. It was purchased by the taxpayer in 2007, remodeled. I believe it has an effective year of 2015. Happy to answer questions for you based on what you have before you. The second sheet that I provided you with is capitalization rate support. So Ms. Cascone provided me with her cap rate this morning. I believe that's going to be our biggest contention in the differing values. So Ms. Cascone had advised that she's using a 2.75 cap rate, and in our position, that's unrealistic for this type of property. It's unrealistic for this market. I've provided you with a RERC report, and you'll see at the bottom, I've highlighted differing cap rates, and those range. Obviously, we're working with a diverse property here, so we have to take into consideration the cap rates for apartments are going to be a little bit lower than those for office and retail properties. But if you see at the bottom, I've used the going-in cap rates for the south and the east. We usually take those and compile them together and come up with our best estimate of a cap rate. And in this situation, we've used a 9. But you'll see here different highlighted cap rates that support our position. happy to answer questions for you.
Well, I'm
that-
going to ask you to let Ms. Cascone
Of course.
present her evidence, and then we'll open it up for board questions, if you can.
Yep.
Ms. Cascone?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The subject parcel is an 11.35-acre commercial property that was established as a cotton mill in 1818. The mill offers businesses, culture, and leisure. The reported new tenants are Novus Architects and O'Malley Tunstall PLLC. Other tenants are Books and Beans, Bright Penny Brewing, Crystal Coast Brewing, Glass Jug Beer Lab, Goat Island Bottle Shop, Hopfly Brewing Company, Jack's Koi Pond Brewing Company, Larimar Beverage Company, Mixers, Pinspiration, the Prime Smokehouse Barbecue, and Beyond River and Twine and Tipsy Tomato. The site also offers 67 garden apartments, patios, and which is situated around the building. It's got about 130,000 square feet. The taxpayer had submitted to me an operating income statement for 2023, 2022, and 2021. And when you develop a capitalization rate, you use our good old friend IRV, our formula for IRV, and that's what I did here. So I took their income for 23 and subtracted it by the total expenses that I received from Ms. Little, resulting in a 62.3%, 39% expense ratio, which is a bit high. From that, we take the capitalization rate, which is if you look on page 4, the formula is right here. So you put the annual gross income minus the operating expenses, you get an annual net income and a cap rate of 2.75.84%, and that's based on her figures. Then to find the value of the subject, you divide the net operating income by the capitalization rate, which provides a value of $37,243,345, which supports our taxable value for 2025. I did the same thing for 22 and 21. For 22, the capitalization rate was 2.24%, and for 21, the capitalization rate was 2.09%, which shows an increase in profit, and obviously that's because we were at the back end of the virus that was going around. So we see an increase in value. The income and expenses that was provided to us provides a capital rate of 2.75%, which then calculates to a value of $37,243,345, which supports our value of $37,130,300. Any questions?
Open it up for questions from the board. Commissioner Davis?
Is that questions from either one of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I want to make sure I understand, is this 11.35 acres all the property that Capital owns in that part? That seems like a low number of acres based on what I see, but is it everything that y'all own?
That's not including the Rocky Mountain villages. So yes, there is a whole more, but that's under different parcels. There's a number of different parcels for Rocky Mountain villages. This is just for the building at 1151 Falls Road.
So does that mean there's nothing on the south side of Falls Road then? I guess that would be the south side.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. If you look at page 2, you see the picture of the building itself from the property tax card.
Yeah, I can't quite
And
tell from
that's
that.
what,
Okay. I think I know what we're talking about. I'm amazed at the cap rate that we're using in the county. In business, apparently, we calculate cap rates a different method than what is done here, because I've never heard of a 2.75 cap rate.
well, that's what's calculated based on their figures, though. She provided me with the income and the expenses.
I got how you done it, I fully understand that, but you're based it on expenses versus income with no attribution to what has been put into it. And in business, you have to bring that into it as well, is what the output has been to get it to the point that you're in at that particular location. The best cap rate I've ever heard of is probably 4.5, maybe 5.
Yes, correct. That's a good cap rate. 4.5, 5,
So what am I
6.
missing on your 2.75 cap rate?
Well, again, I took this from their figures. If you took their total income and subtract their expenses, their operating income was $1,024,192.24. And you divide the
I understand how you got it,
okay.
but that can't be how you, well, I'm trying to be,
Well, it just basically means that it's, a lower risk, but a longer time to recover the expenses and the investment, correct?
okay.
Yeah, I think the risk that Ms. Cascone is forecasting here is so far from reality. I don't think you could sell, I don't think that you could sell this property for a 2.75 cap rate. You'd lose money on the sale. I just think that we're so far from reality with a 2.75 cap rate that there's really no way for us to justify that. I mean, I don't know what else to say on that point.
Mr.
Right.
Chairman?
And you're using, in your case, Ms. Little, you're basing it totally on, you're basing your value totally on income, which normally you're going to be looking at it 3 different ways. Did you make any attempt to look at it how a commercial appraiser would look at it and come up with an average of what the value should be rather than based on income versus expenses only?
No, we value based on income because North Carolina case law, and I believe the Machinery Act, tells us that income is the best way to value an income-producing property. So that's
something that I don't quite know, Mr. Chairman, if I may ask the attorney.
Please do.
Are we charged to look at this based on income, or do we look at it like normal appraisal work is done based on 3 different models rather than one? Because that's going to be a huge difference in this case.
I'll have to research that and get back with you.
Okay, all right. So you're at 9 based on income, which I
Mr.
understand.
Chair, does the appellant have any case law that she can provide?
I don't have it with me today. I'm happy to produce that to you and to supplement that to you. But, I think the important thing to note here is that I don't quite understand how the county is coming up with their assessed value based on their cap rate calculation. But I will note that in 2023, the assessed value of this parcel was $10.46 million. So we've seen quite a significant jump.
That's because of the revaluation that we had.
Right. But that's
7 years.
a huge jump. So even if we're valuing it based on comparative sales or any other method, that's a big jump. I don't know that the county has valued it in a different way. I think that the county has used our income model. So I present to you that we're also using the income model. The county's income approach has obviously come up with different numbers than ours, but it sounds like we're using the same model. We're just coming up with a different end result. So I would present to you that in that case, the income model is the appropriate model to use.
Ms. Cascone?
Yes, I have a question about how you developed and where you obtained your capitalization rates. Are they from any properties here in Nash County?
No, this is a national resource that we use that highlights properties, the capitalization rates by region and average. So we've used the South region and the East region and taken the averages of those.
You're talking about the South region of the United States?
Yes.
So this is not specific to Nash County nor North Carolina?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
But it's much more accurate than, we would contend at 2.75. I've been, making the same argument in many counties and getting offers from counties on, different properties, multifamily, commercial, whatnot. I haven't seen anything lower than a 4.25, quite frankly, across North Carolina.
Other questions? Comments?
Mr. Chairman, in this case, I don't know how we're going to be able to make a ruling until we understand, I don't understand where these two cap rates are coming from. But that's just my own thought. I think true cap rate is going to be somewhere in between those two numbers, but where, I don't know. And it's all driven in commercial property by the cap rates. So I don't really understand what our next move quite may need to be, but I certainly would like to hear what the rest of the board says.
Comments from the board? Commissioner Howell?
I concur with Commissioner Davis. I think we need probably allow our general counsel time to research this and get back with the information to agree to the statements that's been made, and then better understand the differences between the two, because it is a large gap and everything is based off that.
One of the options I noted earlier was to continue the hearing. Other comments?
Well, we got to understand the difference
Commissioner
between,
Harrington.
got to understand the difference between the formulas that you're using and why there's such a big gap.
Well, I'm using, I developed the capitalization rate from their specific income. She's using cap rates from across the United States. Mine is specific to the building and to the income. Hers is specific to a portion of the United States, or all of it, I'm not sure.
So cap rates are not something that are derived based on income and expenses, and I think Commissioner Davis has alluded to that. Cap rates are something that are derived by the market. They're based on market influences. And I don't think we can get into a deep dive on capitalization rates during this hearing, but that's not something that you derive by dividing income and expenses.
Well, isn't that how people decide whether or not they want to buy an income-producing property? They take the prospective value, divide it into the income, and get the cap rate, and then they can determine at that point whether it's a good investment for them or not.
I think you're talking about an NOI, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's what we use, the net operating, you do have the gross income, subtract the expenses, net operating income, and then you apply IRV, the income formula, and that's how you get to the cap rate.
Yeah, I think the cap rate is a totally separate consideration based on market forces. You can't divide the income and expenses to determine the capitalization rate.
I'm going to agree to disagree,
Yeah,
and don't
yeah.
believe that we should be considering cap rates from across the United States.
Okay, well,
That's my opinion.
happy to supplement our materials to find some cap rates in other places. Happy to consider some from the tax administrator.
Sure.
If she thinks that there are some that have been applied that are appropriate. Like I said, this is what we've submitted is a national publication that looks at market trends and determines capitalization rates that are appropriate for consideration. And in this case, the interest rates affect cap rates. I don't think, like I said, I don't think we can take a 2.75 cap rate and apply it here. That would be significantly lower than what investors would demand as far as compensation goes in this case. And the cost of borrowing in the current market and as of January 1st, 2024 would dictate a much higher cap rate than 2.75.
It seems pretty obvious to me that we need more information. Go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
I'm in agreement with you totally, we need more information, but the statement that the county's making at the present time, that it's not comparable to use a wider area, I can't help but think that in Nash County, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, that scenario should be working the opposite direction than the way I see you coming up with it. We're not going to be any higher than what a regional cap rate would be for this area. We're not going to be any lower. We're going to be higher, if anything. It's certainly not going to put us lower, utilizing what you're doing. And I know sitting here that the cap rate of 2.75 is just completely unrealistic for our area. There's never been a piece of property sold here, I don't think, with a 2.75 cap rate. So somehow or another, y'all got to work together, you can get us a realistic cap rate that maybe y'all can get closer to anyway.
Yeah, and I just received her information this morning, otherwise I would have proposed additional scenarios to you in my appeal summary. But happy to go back to the office and, provide you additional support. I don't know exactly what you need, and council, maybe you can help instruct us, but obviously, my client would love to come to an agreement about this before having to go to the Property Tax Commission, but, is prepared to do that if necessary.
I'd like a copy of the cap rate stuff, because
Would anyone disagree that we need to move this to a later date to gather more information, including the research by the attorney? That date would be 8/11. That would be our next board meeting. Would that suffice? Any objection to that? Could I get a motion to that effect?
Make a motion, we move the Board of Equalization and Review to August the 11th.
For this specific item?
Please, yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
This specific
For the
hearing.
specific item.
Rocky Mountain Mills.
Rocky Mount Mills, please.
Second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I got a motion from Commissioner Wilkins, second from Commissioner Davis. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Belfield?
Looking at the sheet that was passed out to us, the assessment value and the taxpayer value, it's just a third of the assessment value.
That's what they're going to do. Go back and they're going to look at that again, Mr. Belfield, and bring it back to us in
And-
August.
I just want to make that point that this needs to be worked on.
That's exactly what we're going to do, Mr. Belfield. All right, I believe we got the motion and the second. We didn't vote, right? Did we vote? All right.
Did vote.
All in favor of that motion indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Are there any comments we need to provide to the board while this matter is delayed for 30 days? If so, would that be the attorney or Ms. Gascon, please? We just need to understand
There are some things that we need to be careful about. You cannot discuss this with each other outside of this venue.
because it's quasi.
You can't discuss the case until
Right.
we get back here on the 11th. The Department of Revenue is very concerned about discussing, because this should be public comments only, should be discussions in public only. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of that,
Okay.
okay?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Arrington?
Yes, well, I want to make sure that this, whatever we come up with, is consistent with the way that we evaluate other properties similar.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Davis?
I'd like to have the attorney to tell us, if he doesn't mind, what we can and can't do. Can the board discuss it, shouldn't discuss it? I know we shouldn't be discussing it with Capital Broadcast or anybody that's working for them, but what are our guidelines, what we should and can do and cannot do in the next 30 days?
Well, I mean, the board has the right to deliberate, but I think the board has to deliberate based on the evidence presented at the hearing.
Right.
Okay.
And so I think that it would be wise for the board to wait till they have all the evidence and then deliberate based on that. Does that answer?
Would I be allowed to do research in between there based on what I've been told today to further broaden my knowledge?
You should make your decision based on the evidence presented at the hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Little. I
Appreciate it.
appreciate your input. Okay, I think we've made it through. We'll bring that one back in August. That concludes the business today before the Board of Equalization and Review. I now call for a motion to conclude the 2025 hearing of the Board of Equalization and Review and reconvene the regular meeting of the Nash County Board of Commissioners.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. Assume no further discussion. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Gascon.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to agenda item number 13. I'd call on a very patient Ted Cole from Davenport and Company to present the request. Good morning, Ted.
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Ted Cole with Davenport. We serve as financial advisor to the county, and one of my colleagues presented at the board retreat back in April, Mitch Briguglio. You might recall that presentation. Is there a public hearing?
We need to hold one.
You want me to go first?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm here this morning to talk about a potential borrowing by the county for a range of financial project, of capital projects. I think you all have a memo, or a booklet, I should say, in front of you. There are page numbers in that booklet on the bottom right corner. Big picture today on this potential financing, there will be a public hearing that you'll hold here in a bit, and then a resolution to consider. It would be the first of two approvals for the financing. If the first approval is done today, we would come back for a second and the final approval at your next board meeting. And then we would have local government commission approval and close the loan. And I'll talk a little more about the schedule in a moment. Talking off of page 2, just a bit of a refresher, and this financing was discussed in the board retreat, a range of projects, which I'll show you in a moment. We put an RFP together, sent that out to banks. We erred on the high side on the amount of funding that we requested from the banks, about $14.7 million. We've ultimately brought that down to a lower number, which I will share with you. Am I moving the clicker?
Oh, we've got slides.
Okay, will you all do that?
Yeah.
Or-
I'll do it.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. I'm not quite there, am I?
All right.
There we go. Maybe go one more.
So there's two of us doing it, so I'm stopping. Amber has taken over.
All right, okay, thank you. The RFP went out to a number of banks. We asked for funding up to $14.7 million. I'll cover the projects in a moment. And we asked for payback terms of 10, 15, and 20 years. Wanted to give you all some options on that. We received proposals from 6 banks. We asked for the proposals back on a day and time certain. Some of these banks you will know, others may not be household names, but they all regularly bid on local government financing RFPs, and we've closed loans with all of them. Subsequent to the initial review of the RFPs and conversations with county staff, we ultimately decided that we did not need to include a shorter financing for some ambulance equipment, that was going to be cash funded. So we're truly talking about longer-term assets or improvements, 10, 15, and 20-year payback terms. We go to page 3. This is the list of projects. You can see the description of the project, the funding sources. All of these include debt, either entirely or as part of the funding. The Nash County Rec Center Phase 1 includes some grant and PAYGO funding as well. The financing amount, and we've got some notes about whether these are bid or we're using estimates, what have you. The total cost of the projects is about $12.23 million. We do have a contingency number in there of about $695,000. That came from staff just looking at these projects, and some of these are renovation projects. Some of them are still using estimates, so there is a contingency allowance in there. And then we've got the issuance costs estimated, or a placeholder for those of $240,000. I suspect that number is going to come lower. But if you take this page at face value, the loan would be for about $13.1 million. So less than the $14.7 that we asked the banks for, and a little bit more than what we presented to you all at your retreat, which was about $12.9 million. All right. And I will note on page 4, this is going to be what we call an installment purchase contract, which is a loan between you and a bank secured by an asset like a mortgage. And in North Carolina, you have to secure a loan with a facility or an asset that you're spending money on. So you can't go and use some unaffiliated building that's not part of the project list. And in this case, line 4 is where we've landed as the proposed collateral to the bank under a deed of trust, what we're calling the Med Park building. That is what we have discussed with the banks and with staff as being the collateral on this particular loan. Any questions on the projects or the amounts?
Commissioner Davis?
If you want to ask questions as you go.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. My understanding was when we did it, the Nash Recreation Center, that we were going to use fund balance for that, but now I see we've slid it back into financing. I think we purposely used fund balance, and I researched it some over the weekend, and I don't know why we have put this back in it, because we had an idea of bringing our fund balance, utilizing our fund balance, because for various reasons during COVID it had climbed somewhat. So at the point necessary, I'd like to see us consider to take that back out of the financing package and continue using the fund balance that we used to start with.
Okay. Is there anything?
Staff have any comment on that?
Add on that?
I mean, we're just giving the board the option.
Okay, understood.
And that, Mr. Davis, that's line 5, right?
That is line 5, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And that is $1.4 million. We've got 1.25 of purchase price, and then there's a $150,000 allowance for upfits. That's how we got to the 1.4. If you do decide to pull that out, that's fine. That works with the lenders. But will be important to know today if possible, and I'll explain why.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions on the projects? All right, page 4, there's a lot going on here. This gets into a lot of detail about the 6 proposals that were presented. They came in on June 19th. The 3 green stars are the banks that we ended up focusing our analysis on. And in 2 of those cases, JP Morgan and TD Bank, they do not give rates that are held firm for longer than a day. So they'll give you a rate and you have a day to lock that rate. If you don't lock that rate, they'll give you another rate tomorrow and you have a day to lock it. We knew that we needed to present to you all today these options. So we have really created another page that I think is going to be important to you to really drill down on JP Morgan, TD Bank, and Webster Bank. They gave, out of the 6 banks, they gave the best rates between 10, 15, and 20 years. We didn't feel it was necessary to focus on the bottom 3 banks there, PNC, Southern, and Capital One. Good proposals, but their rates weren't particularly competitive, and there wasn't anything else in their proposal that would lead us in that direction. So those are the original rates that were presented, and anything in red is what we call indicative. The rate was good for a day, and if you didn't do anything with it, it just expires, and you go back to them for a new rate whenever you need one. And we've done that. I think it will be easier if we talk off of page 5. It's the same information, but it's the 3 banks here. And I'm going to talk about JP Morgan first. And you're going to see over there in column D that JP Morgan has a green box around 10-year option 3. We've landed as a recommendation. If you want to do a 10-year term, the JP Morgan option 3 is our recommended proposal. I'll explain how we got there. But importantly, on column B for the rate lock, they are a bank that, you need to get a new rate within a day of locking. They gave us new rates this morning. This book was produced using rates from last Wednesday. The rates we got last Wednesday weren't going to be any good to us this morning, so we were purposely asked to be on the tail end of the agenda so we could get new rates this morning, and I'm going to share those with you. I'll try to put it on the screen with this device, or at least verbally. But with JP Morgan, there is a process where we have to lock the rate. We have a rate from them this morning that we could lock if we choose to. In order to lock, we have to be within 45 days of closing, which we would be. Our schedule has us closing by mid-August. We're within 45 days, so we meet that parameter. And the loan amount, once we lock, cannot change by more than 5%, up or down. So to the point about taking a project out of that magnitude, that would move the loan amount by more than 5%. So we would need to know what's in and what's out in order to lock the rate with JP Morgan. So if we lock, we have to close within 45 days and the borrowing amount can't move by more than 5%. JP Morgan will take the risk that you don't approve something at your August meeting or the LGC doesn't approve this, but as soon as all the local and LGC approvals in place, they're not going to accept any risk that we don't close. And if we don't close at all, or we don't close within 45 days of locking the rate, there is the potential that the county would have to pay a rate lock penalty for breaking the rate lock. And that is an amount of money to be determined by the bank at the time of that occurring. So with JP Morgan, they do have an attractive rate. As long as we know what's included in the borrowing and we have a closing date within 45 days, which we do, we can lock the rate. We have no risk until we have all the local approvals in place. Once the local approvals are in place, should the loan not close or the amount move more than 5%, the county would be subject to a breakage fee. Call provisions. This has to do with when can you pay down the loan or refinance the loan. They gave 3 options. Option 1 is non-callable, meaning you cannot prepay the loan in whole or in part ever. Has to go to final maturity. We don't recommend that we pursue that just because you never know what the future might hold, whether rates dropping or you need to get out of the loan for some other reason. You need to free up that piece of collateral or something. Option 2 allows you to prepay the loan beginning in 2027, so 2 years from now, approximately. Option 3 allows you to prepay the loan beginning in 2030. We have put a green box for the 10-year option around option 3, which as of last Wednesday was the 3.76 rate, 3.76, if you see that. As of this morning, and a rate that you could lock, it's a 3.85. So that rate has gone higher since Wednesday. The market has generally moved a bit higher. They do their own calculations to set their rates, but we could lock a rate with them under the recommended approach for the 10-year option, 10-year payback. Their option 3, which allows you to prepay the loan beginning in 2030, rather than a 3.76, it would be a 3.85. Any questions on that? I know it's a lot of info, but it's kind of the nature of the beast when banks give you these floating rates. So a 3.85 10-year rate would be the recommendation, provided we're comfortable with our loan amount and closing in August. All right, I'm going to go to TD Bank unless there's a question on JP Morgan. TD Bank, similar situation. They give a rate that's good for a day. The rates that are included over there are from last Wednesday. We communicated with them this morning. Their rates today aren't changed. They're unchanged. So they're not changing their rates from last Wednesday. They've confirmed that for us. So these rates could be locked today. We are recommending TD Bank for the 15-year payback and their option 2, which allows you to prepay the loan beginning in 2035. It gives you 10 years to prepay the loan, or before you can prepay the loan. So if you want to go 15 years for the loan, our recommendation is TD Bank option 2 at a 3.95. That rate did not change between Wednesday and this morning. They also, I'm going to go back to the rate lock. They have a rate lock very similar to JP Morgan with a couple of caveats. There is no rate breakage scenario you're locking a rate in good faith. There's not a scenario where you would have a breakage fee if something happens down the road with an approval or something else that causes this loan not to close. There's no risk of breakage. Again, sort of good faith when you do lock the rate. They would want to close by August 20th. We should be able to do that if all the approvals come along as expected. They also do, however, want the loan amount to be, they will limit how much the loan amount can move by 5%. They're doing something off the books to lock these rates, and it's tied to a loan amount, and they can't manage big swings in the borrowing amount. So 5% is an important parameter for them on locking the rate. But the rates they've provided are good to lock today. And then we, as staff, bond counsel, and the county attorney, we landed, as I alluded to earlier, the option 2, which is option 1 is subject to what's called a make-whole call. That is a call provision that technically allows you to prepay the loan, but there's a calculation behind it that takes into account where interest rates are when you prepay the loan, and the bank does a calculation to make themselves whole on the interest they would have earned had the loan not been prepaid. So it does allow you to get out of the loan, but it doesn't give you any opportunity to recognize any savings, right? If rates are higher when you prepay the loan, that breakage fee may be lower. If rates are lower, the breakage or the make-whole call is going to be higher, but they're going to be made whole as if the loan went all the way to final maturity. We don't recommend option 1 for a number of reasons. We've landed at option 2 with TD Bank, which allows you to prepay it or refund it if rates are lower beginning in 2035. And that would be a rate of 3.95 fixed for 15 years. Any questions on that one? All right, lastly is Webster Bank. They provided rates back in June 19th when we got the bids. Those rates at that time were fixed for closing by August 20th. In other words, they don't do this indicative rate movement, call us today to lock the rate. They set the rate that you can accept at any time. Actually, our deadline to accept their rate is tomorrow. They knew this board meeting was today. They would ask if they're going to be selected. We let them know that by tomorrow. Their rates are good for a closing by August 20th. They did refresh their rates for us. When we talked to them, we said, look, we got a couple other banks in play that only give us rates that are good for a day. They're going to refresh those rates next Wednesday, meaning last week, and Webster Bank took advantage of that and gave us a slightly better rate. We're recommending them for the 20-year term at a rate of a 4.49. So that is a rate that is firm. It can be accepted by tomorrow if that's your desire. And you'll see that it's callable, or it can be prepaid or potentially refunded beginning in 2030. There's a 2% penalty. It drops to a 1% penalty. There's no penalty for prepayment or refunding beginning in 2034. Not an uncommon prepayment provision from some banks. So a lot going on here with the rate locks for JP Morgan and TD. But again, the recommendations of staff is for 10 years, JP Morgan option 3 at what's now at 385, 15 years, TD option 2 at a 395, or 20 years, Webster Bank at a 449. Any questions on that?
Questions from the board?
All right, home stretch here. Go to the next slide. A lot of info on here. I've covered the top 3 lines. That's the rate, the term, and the prepayment language. A couple things I'd just note, right? On line 4, acceptance and rate expiration, we already covered. JP Morgan, we have until 5 o'clock today to accept their rate. TD, we have until 3:30 today to accept their rate. Webster, we have until tomorrow. Collateral, all of them are fine with the Med Park facility as the only collateral securing the loan, so there's no difference there. They will all have some amount of bank fees, primarily to cover their attorneys that will be representing them in the transaction, reviewing documents and such. Line 7, escrow or project funds, all of them will allow you to put the money where you would choose. Oftentimes, you'll put it in the capital management trust or some other overnight money market account that local governments use. They won't require you to hold it at their bank. Webster Bank does have a bit of a requisition process, but I don't believe it's onerous. You know, when you're pulling money down, they just want to know what is it being spent on, so they're doing their own due diligence that the money is being spent on what we said it would. They're all credit approved, subject to some final approvals and review of the documents, but I don't think any of them we should consider as, you know, sort of subject to a serious underwriting process. They've all underwritten this loan internally, and it's all subject to documentation. Line 9 tells us what attorney firms would be representing them, what law firms would be representing them. We know all of those law firms, and they all deal with local government finance, so it generally helps make things go more smoothly. And then down at the bottom, a little bit of a catch-all. Two things I would note with Chase, JP Morgan Chase. Remember, if we get all the local approvals, county and LGC, and for some reason we don't close, we're subject to a breakage fee, amount to be determined. And then in red, the way they're set up, we did ask banks for annual payments beginning in fiscal year 27, right? So we just started fiscal year 26. We purposely asked for annual payments beginning in fiscal 27. That's not that uncommon. JP Morgan Chase, however, requires semi-annual payments, so there would be a payment in fiscal 26, and that would just be subject to, I guess, a budget amendment if we go with JP Morgan to make that payment in FY 26. TD Bank and Webster both were fine with payments starting in fiscal 27. Chase and TD, really no significant real estate related costs. They may do a title search, but they're not going to require title insurance. They might ask for surveys and such if you have them, but they're not going to require you to do them. Webster Bank typically has a few more real estate related items. None of them are problematic. Probably the most relevant is they will want title insurance on the facility, on the Med Park. That does come at a cost. I think we estimated that in the 10 to 15, yeah, 13,000. So Webster Bank requiring title insurance, which the others don't, would add about $13,000 to the cost of the transaction. And that's something they typically ask for, other banks don't. But remember, we're only recommending them for the 20-year option if that's your choice. They were the only, they were the most viable 20-year rate. Okay, do you want to try to put my thing on the screen here? We got the new rate from JP Morgan, and we've got an updated version of page 7 here because that JP Morgan rate changed. And I'm going to try to put it on the screen for you. Bear with me. I had it all ready to go, and inevitably moved. As you all are looking at page 7, though, what you're going to see across the board are the 3 recommendations we've made, 10, 15, and 20 years with the banks. The only rate that is now different is under column B, JP Morgan. What had been a 376 rate, remember I said that's a 385 rate. I apologize, I'm not finding it in my inbox now.
If you scribble it on your phone, you can just put that on the overhead.
Pardon me?
If you've scribbled it on your phone, you can just put that on the overhead. Or you're updating rate.
Well, it's not pretty, but it works. How do you, Zoom?
But that still has the 3.76 rate.
Yeah, it's
all the numbers are
Yeah, he had the
3.76.
numbers, he had the numbers for that section updated for him, I think in an email.
and I literally cannot find it. I apologize. And now I'm getting nervous, and I'm even having a harder time finding it.
Breathe.
Ted, that young guy with you could have found it already.
Pardon me?
That young gentleman with you could have found it already.
I know, and he wasn't copied on the email, you know, it's breakdown in the system.
Well, isn't the rate for JP Morgan now 3.85?
That is correct. That is now 3.85, and
You
can the
just
whole
don't
page?
see the other
You
numbers
can move
below
it and zoom in.
I just want to try to show the whole page.
Yeah, the payments down below.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. So what you're gonna see across the board here on lines 8 and 9, in all of these scenarios, we're funding the $12,230,000 of projects, plus the contingency, plus the cost of issuance. We're closing, keep going down, we're closing in August. We've got the rates. Keep in mind, JP Morgan is a 385. I'm going to give you an idea. That's going to increase those JP Morgan rates by about $10,000 a year in the first year, and it ends up to be very close to the same payment in the outer year. It's just the way the math works. But that JP Morgan rate being higher will increase those payments. And what's important here, right, you can see what we assumed in the retreat initially, right, was 20 years for 12.9 million at 5%. So we've improved against that rate. And then importantly, down here is a few stats, right? In the green bar, you can see what the total principal and interest payback is. The 10-year is the lowest, right? It's the lowest rate. It's outstanding for the shortest period of time. The interest is the lowest component. So it's about 15.8 million with the higher rate. It's going to be a little bit higher. I'll find that eventually. 15 years is going to be 17.29 million. It's outstanding for another 5 years, obviously. 20 years, 19.3, outstanding for another 5 years. All of those are less than what was in the retreat presentation, for what that's worth. Importantly, on line 42, y'all might remember from the retreat, we were talking about your existing debt and how you budget for debt service, what dollars are going into your budget each year for debt service, and we modeled up this $13 million for you over 20 years, and we identified that out in the 2029 to 32 period, you all would need to come up with about another 2.4 million of revenues not each year, but in total, between 29 and 32, to supplement what you were already budgeting for debt service to make this all cash flow. That was established at the retreat. Again, 13 million for 20 years. We knew we would need to find some additional dollars in the budget to the tune of about 2.4 million over a 4-year period. When you look at the 10-year option, it is the lowest total payback, right? But it's the highest payment, and it is increasing what you need to come up with in outer years to supplement your debt budget to about 5.3 million. So you're saving in the long run, but your payments are higher, and all things being equal compared to what we looked at the retreat, where we knew you would need to supplement your budgets by about 2.4 million. Now that number is about 5.3 million between 2028 and 2032. The 15-year payback, the supplement revenues you need to come up with is about 2.9 million rather than 2.4. And over the 20 years, it's actually a little less than what was presented at the retreat because we got a little better rate. So it's about 2.1 million. But any of these options, based on the work that we've done with staff to identify what revenues are currently budgeted for county and community college debt service, any of these options right now, we're going to need to have some additional revenues pulled into that debt budget somewhere between 2028 and 2032. We know that based on all of the analysis we've done. And the 10-year payback gets it done more quickly, the payments are higher, and as a result, the additional dollars needed are going to be greater.
Could you restate that supplement again for all three of them? The 10-year,
Yes.
15-year, and
Yes.
20-year?
And I'll just remind you that the retreat assumed 2.44 million of supplemental revenues, and that would be needed between 2028 and 2032. Not every year, that's the total. For the 10-year option, 5,350,000. For the 15-year option, 2,989,000. And for the 20-year option, 2,173,000. So they're all going to require, based on our analysis, those additional dollars. Got it now. I don't know if that's going to work.
Yeah, the column, column.
Oh.
So this is now JP Morgan at a 385 versus a 376. You can see the difference in payments. I believe, I can't even read it.
Not much.
Yeah, it's about, what is that, 87 to 95? It's about $10,000 in the first year, and it gets closer. So that's the difference in the annual payments, but you know, what JP Morgan had last week versus now. Mr. Chairman, the additional dollars needed for the 10-year JP Morgan, now that it's at a slightly higher rate, is 5.4 million rather than 5,350,000. And I'm sorry about this. It's just a function of not getting the new rate till this morning. So you've got, I think, three good options, 10, 15, and 20. I do think we would, if we're ready at some point to select the lender, which I think will mean you'll select the term, right? Because we have, for each of the terms, we have a different bank recommended. We know your second and final approval would be at your August meeting, LGC in August. We shouldn't have any problem closing by August 20th. Our only Caveat with JP Morgan is after we get local approvals, if we don't close, we're subject to breakage, and the amount of the loan can't change by more than 5%. The amount of the loan can't change by more than 5% for TD. Webster has more flexibility. And that really takes us to, you can go back to page 8, our recommendation slide. Keep going. Keep, one more. Thanks. That's the recommendation, 10, 15, 20 with the schedule below. So I know it's a lot of information, but happy to answer more questions or any questions if there are additional questions.
Got one question, then we'll go to the others. The loan amount is $13,165,000, and Commissioner Davis made a comment about using fund balance for the $1.4 million for the recreation center. If you did that, it would lower this to $11,765,000.
And that's okay right now because we haven't locked the rates.
Well, I guess we need to find out what the pleasure of the board is.
Well, yes, good point. Yes, sir. That's another question.
So, comments? Commissioner Davis.
I'd just like to restate, I think our board originally made a decision to use fund balance to purchase the church. And I don't know why we see this show back up here, but I'd hate to see us do that because we had an intended purpose for use the fund balance, and I think we should stick to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments regarding that matter?
And Chairman, if you'd like, I can give the board some reminder information about unassigned fund balance. Back at the retreat, we were dealing with a $12,991,922 fund balance. We talked about that $1.25 million for the purchase of the church, as well as $2.5 million coming out of fund balance for the renovations of the senior center expansion. That took the fund balance, unassigned fund balance, down to $9,241,922. And then if you look at what was applied as fund balance to our FY26 budget, that was roughly $1.9 million. So that $9,241,922 minus the 1.9 that we put into balance the FY26 budget still leaves an unassigned fund balance of $7,341,922.
And what is that percentage against the state recommendation, or against our actual target goal, 20%?
That $12 million that I started with was above, what is above our 20% policy.
Yeah, I remember that one.
The $12 million is above the 20% policy, so what we would still have available as unassigned above our policy would be $7,341,922.
Above the 20%.
Above the 20%.
If you took this 1.4 and did it with fund balance.
Well, I had 1.25, roughly, we could do the full 1.4.
So give me that number again, 7 million would be still above fund balance?
7,341,922, and you would want to take another 150 away from that to equal. I was taking 1.25. I was taking just the purchase of the church, not the additional 150,000 that we had added into the funding formula.
So 7341922 above the 20% goal that we've established.
Correct.
Thank you.
With the full 1.4, it's $7,191,922.
191,922. Commissioner Davis?
I think it's also important for us to remember that what brings conversation to our fund balance number is not only the unassigned, but the total number, and that's what the public sees. They don't see unassigned versus other types of fund balance, and we were getting on up pretty high. I don't have the numbers with me, but between $30 and $40 million, and that's what we were trying to get down a little bit, just so maybe it wouldn't bring quite as much attention, is the reason I totally suggest that we consider doing this. And now that we know we've still got at least 7.2 million above what our own set goal is, I just think would be the wise thing to do and not borrow any more money. Because when you borrow money, you're taking money to pay interest that we could certainly be using for other things, more particularly to continue to look out for our employees moving forward.
So to clarify, if we took the 1.4 and used fund balance, that would reduce the debt to 11,765, and that would still leave us with a fund balance of almost 7.2 million above the 20% goal that this board has established. Would there be any objection from this board with taking the rec center and funding it with fund balance? Mr. Attorney, am I handling that correctly?
Yes.
I'm just looking for the board's input. Commissioner Howell?
I would much rather see us use debt funds and go out and finance, and put our citizens in more of a bind as far as borrowing money when it's unnecessary. So I would definitely be for that.
Would there be any objection to that? Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, you would just ask them to, you would approve amending the loan amount.
To 11,765. That would be the new number if you take the 1.4 out and did it with fund balance. And I think that's a good recommendation. I would support that as well. We still have a healthy fund balance.
Yes, sir, I get to the same number you do.
Okay, 11,765 is the amended number. Commissioner Davis, you have a comment?
I was trying to get Commissioner Wilkins to look this way.
Okay, Commissioner Wilkins, would you look that way?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good, I'm good.
All right, everybody.
I hadn't ever seen her do anything. I wanted to see how she felt.
She'll normally let you know how she feels, right?
You're right. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
That's
Commissioner Wilkins.
11.65 million,
11,765.
765 million from the 13.1, not 14.
Right.
Right,
From the
okay.
13,165.
Okay, I'm good.
All right, we good on that point?
I'm good here. That's good direction.
Do we have any other questions or discussion before we take it to a public hearing? Excuse me, go ahead, Commissioner Howell?
Mr. Chairman, do we need to make a motion to move that money and use the unbalanced versus financing it, or is it just an agreement?
No, sir, I think that would probably come back with maybe a budget amendment. Would that be?
We've already done that.
We've done it.
Not before the
Right,
public
it's already
hearing.
been used.
It's already done.
Already done, okay.
Was that clarification, was that for the purchase of the facility or for the purchase and the renovation?
That was purchase. That was just the purchase.
It's purchase plus 150,000 allowance for upfit.
It's a little bit of upfit in there.
Is that clear to everybody, or do we need that restated? Commissioner Wilkins?
Just one more. So we're going with J.P. Morgan?
Well, we're going to go into a public hearing.
Okay.
Is there any other comments, Commissioner Davis?
I need a little bit of clarity. Do we go into public hearing before we decide the term and the bank? Or is that the way?
Yes, sir. So you can hear any comments from the public on what they've seen being offered.
After we come out of public hearing, and then we'll be looking a motion to select a financial institution and the financing terms. And that will be based on this board's input in the public hearing.
I'm caught up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to go into public hearing? All right, is there a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. We're now in public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this matter in public hearing? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, I'd call for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any further discussion from the board before we select and have a motion? All right, the motion would be, is there a motion to select a financial institution and the financing terms for the 2025 installment financing agreement? I'm looking a motion on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Mr.
make a
Davis.
motion that we select, as indicated by our consultant, J.P. Morgan, and I would also make the motion that we use the 10-year payback term.
All right, you've heard the motion. Is the motion clear? Is there a second to the motion?
A second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Wilkins.
Should we state, excuse me?
Go ahead,
Should we state
Commissioner
the
Aaron.
amount?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's state the amount too.
The amount's $11,765, $11,765,000.
That's part of my motion.
Good with the amounts.
Any other questions or discussion? All right, all in favor of that motion indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
Thank you for you.
Thank you, sir.
If
Thank you for
we're
your
if we're
guidance
back in
on
August, it
financial
will go
matters.
smoother from a technical standpoint, I promise.
And do you want to introduce your intern?
Yeah, it's a summer intern that's with me, Harrison Monette, and he's just going around to some meetings and seeing what this is all about. He's studying public policy, so it's good to see public policy in action. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
If I
Go
could
ahead.
ask Mr. Cole one question. It seems like we are real tight on days to be able to lock this thing in. Are we certain if we're going to get through LGC and all in that 48-day period or whatever it was?
Yes, yeah, we're very comfortable with the schedule. So now that we know the bank, we're going to interact with them today to confirm that we're ready to lock the rate with the new amount. That is an email process, no problem. At that point, the attorneys will start working together with J.P. Morgan and their attorneys to draft the documents. We'll be back at your August meeting with another resolution that is the final approval. The LGC application is underway. LGC meeting first Tuesday in August. We won't have any problem hitting that date. August 5th is the LGC. Your final action is August 11th. You can do your final action after the LGC. That's appropriate. And by that time, the documents are nearly done, and closing by the 20th shouldn't be an issue. Don't have any concerns at this point, as long as, you know, the meetings are held on August 5th and August 11th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay?
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you all.
All right, now we'll move to agenda item number 14. Call on Nash County Travel and Tourism Executive Director Barbara Green to present the request. Looks like, Mr. Lanes, you're going to present the request for Ms. Green?
I am.
All right, Mr.
I'm
Bill
Bill
Lanes.
Lanus. I'm on Travel and Tourism. I'm the finance chair, so I'll be making the request on our behalf.
Thank you, sir.
The Travel and Tourism, as you probably already know, we get our funding through the TDA, and as we go through, we try and do as efficient and effective job as possible about promoting Nash County. We try to be very wise with our funding, and at the end of every year, any funds that we don't use goes back into the TDA as our reserve fund balance. And today, I'm here to request $80,000 of our reserve, our fund balance reserve, intentionally for us to go out and build a new website. And I think we all know and recognize the importance of a website for an organization, especially one like ours. And our current website is a little bit outdated, and the company that hosts it for us, although started out really being a great partner, has over the last few years, 3 years, have gotten very frustrating to work with and expensive to work with. So we looked early, back at the beginning of the year, about what it's going to take to get a new website. We realized that it was not going to be a quick and easy thing that we could work into our current budget, and we knew we had the reserve funds. So we elected just to take our time, make sure we do it and do it right and do it well. So currently, our website that we have now, there's a lot of options that we are not able to do within the website. And after looking at multiple different websites, we've came up with a list of items that CRM and which customer relation management system, our mobile app, we could have that put through the website and have one place for everything. There's a number of advantages that we could work into a new website we don't have the option to do right now. So the main thing that we're here today is I think we sent a PowerPoint presentation with a lot of information just about travel and tourism, about our current website, about what we're looking for with the new website and that. But basically, my understanding is we have about a little over $500,000 left in our fund balance reserves, and we're requesting $80,000 to invest in our new website today.
Any questions for Mr. Lanes? Commissioner Davis?
I'd just say there is $533,000 currently in your fund balance. So I looked that up this morning, and $80,000 is about 15%. The reason they present to the Board of Commissioners is that is in the county's assigned fund balance. I'll get it right in just a minute. And to get it out of our fund balance into travel and tourism, this board has to take action on that. It's the reason we've done this numerous times I won't say numerous times, but we do it one time about every 2 to 3 years. So it's not something you probably remember could happen. But I recall several times in my involvement with TDA, us doing this. And the reason they keep that fund balance is I do recall 1 or 2 occasions in the past where they had some huge event to pop up that nobody knew about. And that's why we try to keep that and utilize that if we get a chance to do something that's going to bring a very large event and a lot of hotel rooms to it. So that's the basis of it. It is travel and tourism's money that is granted to them by statute in the 2/3 that they receive of what Nash County receives. It's just a matter of getting it out of our books and putting it back where they can spend it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's great.
Thank you.
Sir. Commissioner Belfield?
Can the county use travel and tourism funding for equipment to improve the equipment? I guess if you ask the attorney that.
The county can't, it's the travel and tourism's money. It's allocated to travel and tourism per statute, and so it's their money to spend to promote travel and tourism in Nash County. The county does the finance and does the bookkeeping part of it, and so it's just moving it out of the county fund to pass it over to travel and tourism.
Travel and tourism is a committee of the TDA, and we do the day-to-day, month-to-month promotions, and the TDA is the main funding, is the funding source that comes from the hotel tax.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's TDA's money.
That's right.
It's TDA's money pursuant to statute. The county is obligated to pay the money to TDA pursuant to the statute.
Mm-hmm.
So it's TDA's money to use to promote travel and tourism in Nash County.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was just wondering about equipment.
But the county doesn't have the authority to spend the money. The TDA has the authority to spend the money.
And they have already approved this.
It would be up to the discretion of TDA how the money is spent, as long as it's used according to statute to promote travel and tourism in Nash County.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Howell?
What was the amount you were looking at spending for the?
$80,000.
80,000. And are there any limits on, the general statute limit on how this is being spent, or how much you can spend in any given year from the TDA on this?
I'm not aware of any limits. The legislation states a specific purpose, a specific amount has to be spent to promote Nash County of it, and this is all part of that same percentage.
Okay, and just to follow up to Commissioner Bedfield's comment, has the TDA already voted on this and passed this? Is this basically like a budget amendment? Is that what
So these are funds from previous budgets over the last, 20-plus years, that we were approved in our budget that we didn't spend. So it goes back into our fund balance. So the TDA has already approved these funds to be spent. We just didn't spend or need them at the time. So it goes back into our fund balance, and now we just come before the commissioners because it's on your books and ask you to transfer it to our books so that we can then appropriate. It's like a special project that we use in the fund reserves, not our annual budget to pay for.
Mr. Chairman.
Are you done, Commissioner Howell?
I guess for right now, yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Davis?
I was going to try to answer it. I think you were asking, has the Travel and Tourism Board taken action on this? And the question is, yes, they have approved spending this money for this. I saw that in their minutes for their meeting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about TDA.
What was the date of those minutes, Commissioner Davis? You recall?
I don't have them before me.
So my recollection, just a brief comment, is that they have approved in the past, and we have done this, but we have done it through a budget amendment. I don't recall us ever doing it as a separate agenda item in a Board of Commissioners meeting. We've always done it as a budget amendment. Have you ever seen this before?
I'm not aware.
Was this the first time you ever?
This is the first time I've been involved in it.
Do you recall, Commissioner Davis?
I do, and what's different this time, Mr. Chairman, which may have you confused a little bit, when I got the request as chairman of TDA that they wanted to do this, I felt it best because of all the discussions going on about TDA to have their board come make a presentation to this board of what they were going to do with the money, and they wanted to draw it down. Normally what has happened in the past, they would let me as chairman of TDA know, and I would make the presentation to the board myself, rather than them coming. And it didn't have a lot of, for lack of a better word, fanfare about it, I guess, is the reason you feel it's different, which it is different. But when Ms. Green asked me about it, I told her that I would prefer that she come before the board and make the request, or that Travel and Tourism make the request themselves.
But I guess...
And it will be a budget amendment.
Okay, so, well, we're approving it today, but we don't have a budget amendment. Where's the budget amendment?
I tell you what I think is going to happen. We're going to approve it today, and then we will have a budget amendment brought to us to do that.
I'd prefer to have a budget amendment brought to us and me personally, and then we approve that budget amendment. I'm okay doing it that way if the TNT has approved it by their board, but I think we should delay this till our August 11th meeting, bring it back as a budget amendment, because that's the way we've always done it. And that seems to be the proper way to me, but that's just my thinking. What are the implications of that on your website update? 30-day delay. Well, you want to come up and?
I'm Barbara Green, by the way, the executive director. The only problem with that is it's going to delay us in launching this website. Because this website's going to take a long time anyway. It'll be March before we have everything ready to launch that website. If we are approved today.
Well, can she
We're
prepare
going
a
to put one
budget
together.
amendment?
We'll be able to present one today.
We can move on and come back, and she can go prepare the budget amendment. If that's the pleasure of the board, that's what I would prefer to do. And we'll do it the way we've normally done it. You guys okay, the board, you okay letting her prepare that budget amendment? You guys hang around a few minutes?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Come back.
For $80,000, y'all.
$80,000? Yeah, I'm glad to hear your board has approved it.
Yeah, they have, yes.
Okay. Everybody good with that? Can we just move on to the next item and come back to this? Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. All right, we're going to pause on that one and come back to it in probably just a very few minutes. So we'll move to agenda item number 15, call on Emily Moore, Grants and Intergovernmental Relations Director, to present the request.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Emily.
The North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, NCHFA, has awarded Nash County $165,000 under the 2025 cycle of the Urgent Repair Program, URP 26. This program is funded through the North Carolina Housing Trust Fund. Nash County included a $5,000 match to strengthen its grant application, bringing the total project budget to $170,000. Goals of the URP 26 housing program are to alleviate housing conditions which pose an imminent threat to life or safety of very low-income homeowners with special needs, and to provide accessibility modifications and other repairs necessary to prevent displacement of very low-income homeowners with special needs, such as the frail, elderly, and persons with disabilities. The program does not require that the entire home be brought up to its usual rehabilitation standards, but can be helpful in stabilizing deterioration. A URP 26 home must be occupied by someone with a special need and with a household income at or below 50% of the statewide median household income. Special needs households include those with an individual who is elderly, disabled, or a military veteran, single parent, large family, or with a child that has elevated blood lead levels. Household income for URP 26 cannot exceed $47,500 for a family of 4. The deferred loan or promissory note is forgiven at a rate of $5,000 per year. URP 26 program funds must be used for either hard cost program support associated with program-eligible repairs or modifications, or administrative costs capped at 10% per completed unit, up to $1,500. URP 26 regulations require that policies be developed for procurement and disbursement, plus client assistance. Draft policies attached have been reviewed by the funding agency to ensure program updates are included. Nash County has used similar policies successfully for a number of past URP programs. Per the grant application, Nash County will contract with McDavid Associates for housing support cost and administration. Nash County will repair approximately 10 homes through URP 26. Nash County is scheduled to take URP 26 applications from July 29th through August 8th, following the execution of a funding agreement with NCHFA. So our recommended actions. Number 1, to approve the policies subject to specific amendments recommended by the NC Housing Finance Agency. And 2, authorize the county manager or her designee to execute documents and reports for administering the 2026 Urgent Repair Program. And your 2 attachments are the assistance policy and the procurement and disbursement policy.
Any questions from the board? Commissioner Howell.
Commissioner Arrington, go ahead.
Sorry, Commissioner Arrington, I didn't see you.
Yes. What form of advertisement for the applicant, or how are they informed, or like the social services involved, or to make sure that those in need know that it's available?
Okay, so in our policy, we do hang a notification, or advertisement throughout multiple buildings in Nash County. We also mail it to all individuals who are voluntarily on our housing assistance request list, which is approximately 600 people within the county. It goes onto Nash County's website. And we also have it in Nash County departments, including the senior centers, veteran services, and social services.
Commissioner Howell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know we brought this back up in our June 16th meeting on the neighborhood revitalization block grant about the background checks. And I feel the same here. I don't want to hold this project up by no means at all. And I know you and I have had some discussions offline about how do we get this part implemented. I was also reading, I guess this will be a question for our attorney, but in reading the policy and procedure and the notes on this, we give the county manager is authorized to make amendments and assistance as needed for effective program execution. So can we go back and amend this to have the background checks put in at a later date, and so we can go ahead and move forward and vote on this day? Because I do share the same concern about the safety for the citizens participating in this grant as I did on the other as well, just making sure that we have background checks performed on those individuals who are going to be in our citizens' homes.
So yes, this would give the authority to the county manager to go back and tweak either of these policies at a later date if we got something in place for background checks.
Okay. And I'll provide the county manager later today with some additional resources to assist with that as well.
Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington, motion by Commissioner Belfield. No further discussion. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Ms. Moore will, are you guys ready back there with have you got a copy of that budget amendment for the board? For the board members? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Moore, with agenda item number 16.
Okay. Community Development Block Grant. Nash County currently has 3 Community Development Block Grant neighborhood revitalization projects. We have a CDBG NR 2018 that was awarded for $750,000. This completed the paving of Peel Drive, related stormwater improvements, rehabilitation of 4 homes, replacement of 2 homes. CDBG NR 2023 was awarded $950,000. This is for the rehabilitation of 2 homes and the replacement of 3 homes. And CDBG NR 2024 for $1,655,000, which will be for the replacement of 7 homes. Each of these CDBG grants require an authorizing resolution. Approving these authorizing resolutions will allow us to resume and/or continue financial business with the North Carolina Department of Commerce on these projects. So the attachments are CDBG authorizing resolutions. There are 3 of them. There are 1 for each of the 3 programs. 2 of these are just updating previous ones, and then the CDBG NR 2024 is a brand-new one.
Okay, and the 23 and 24 resolution was in your agenda, and the 18 resolution was placed at your seat today. Does anyone wish for those resolutions to be read? Hearing none, is there any discussion from the board on any of the resolutions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
just curious, what area in Nash County are these homes located, or areas?
So for 2018, it was just the one street. It was Peel Drive.
Okay.
For NR 23 and NR 24, those are considered scattered site, so they are throughout the county. I'd be happy to provide a list.
I was just wondering if it was Middlesex, Bailey, Nashua, wherever.
They are throughout. I said, but I can provide the list afterwards.
Okay, I would like to see a list.
Any other discussion from the board? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. We're going to go back now. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
We're going to go back now to agenda item number 14, website redevelopment proposal. We've got a budget amendment that the Finance Director has provided. So I'd ask you, once you receive it, to review it, and then I would ask for any discussion if any more is needed. If not, then we would call for a motion. Any further discussion on this matter? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Got you 80,000. Good to see you again. Thank y'all. I've been requested to take a break. What's the pleasure of the board? Do you want a restroom break, or do you want to stop long enough to eat, or?
I say a restroom break.
I'm waiting for confirmation that food is here.
Okay, well, then let's just take a quick break and
Roll
then
on.
come back and we'll roll on.
Okay.
Thank you. manager will be here shortly. We're going now to agenda item number 17, call on Safety and Security Director Chris Carey to present the request. Morning, Chris.
Good afternoon.
Oh, afternoon. Yeah, that's true.
I come before you today to give the board an update on the Pet Connection Center, as well as make a request. As you're aware, Nash County received a notice of civil penalty for our Pet Connection Center on June 24, 2025. Since that time, I met with Amy Lynn with the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services Veterinary Division to seek guidance on the corrective action. Ms. Lynn provided me with some resources and was pleased that Nash County reached out. She reviewed and approved of my proposed corrective action plan and understands that I will be reaching out to her through this process and ongoing to make improvements. As you know, we were able to put together and hold a rescue and recruitment event Saturday, June 28, 2025. The event was extremely successful. We adopted out 17 of our animals to include cats and dogs. Kimberly Shields with our Human Resources Department was on site to meet with interested employment candidates. Ms. Shields was able to meet with 16 candidates, and since the event, we have reviewed applications for the positions of supervisor, animal control officer, and office assistant. Interviews have been set up, and we'll be conducting those this week. Also, Ms. Shields and I have been finalizing an EAP plan for the employees at the Pet Connection Center. Through this process, we have learned that we have had a need to add some part-time kennel attendants to our staff. Our structure requires us to clean kennels twice a day at designated times, 8 a.m. and 4 p.m., Monday through Sunday. Our animal control officer has been responsible for ensuring the kennels get clean. However, if a call comes in and an officer has to go out into the field, there are times when this work is interrupted. We believe using part-time help to ensure this work is completed timely is necessary to stay in compliance with the state. Today, I'm requesting approval for part-time workers for the Pet Connection Center. The manager and I agree that we do not need to request funds at this point in time. We will shift funding in the budget to cover this expense and wait until later in the year to see what our actual funding need is and bring that to the board on a later date.
Any discussion from the board? Commissioner Wilkins.
How many part-time workers are you planning on bringing on?
Looking at 2.
With possibly later on, there may be the need for more. I understand that. Any other discussion from the board? Commissioner Davis?
Are we going to get any information on cost to do these additional employees? I don't see anything in my packet outlining where they would fit in the pay scale, et cetera, that we normally see when we have a request for additional employees. Are we going to be asked to approve this today, or just telling us we're going to do this and we got more information coming, I guess is my question.
We can definitely bring you some more information on it. We feel like it's going to be a work in progress. As Chairman Outlaw stated, it may be more than 2. It's kind of how we do our part-time. At this point in time, we kind of budget an amount, whatever we need as far as bodies to get that work done is how we've been filling those positions. But we can certainly bring to you what the rate of pay would be for those part-time employees and the hours.
Are we already using some part-time people?
We are not. We're using volunteers mostly,
Okay.
along with the permanent staff.
Well, it's the pleasure of the board, but normally when we add employees, we would have some cost factor attached to the request to do that. Is my thought on it.
And it's the pleasure of the board. You can either approve that here, or we can get some more information for you when we come back into open session. At the end of the meeting, we can have additional information for you.
That would be my pleasure
Okay.
to have some more information, Mr. Chairman.
Rest of the board?
I concur, sir.
I agree.
Okay.
I just want to.
Go ahead, Commissioner Aaron.
These are part-time employees or temps?
Part-time.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
so if they're part-time employees and no funds are needed at this time, are you saying they're completely volunteer?
No, ma'am. We would just plan on shifting money in the budget that was just approved and wait till a later date to see what the actual funding need would be. You know, if that budget were to have additional funds in it, we currently have some vacant positions that we could shift funds from full-time salaries to a part-time line item to accommodate for this. We just didn't feel like it was necessary to ask for funding at this point in time. We need to see how the budget works itself out through the year.
Commissioner Howell?
So just for clarification, I know when we had our budget meeting and stuff for this, prior to this, I didn't recollect seeing, I may have overlooked it, but seeing any requests in there for additional positions for the animal shelter. So was the part-time funding there? We just haven't utilized it yet? This is something new that we're adding to
This
the
is
animal shelter?
new. We do not have part-time currently at the shelter.
And then our way of meeting the needs of the animals in the shelter in the past has been completely through volunteer. We're going to switch that over to paid staff.
Well, not completely through volunteer resources along with our full-time staff. But our full-time staff are officers that when a call comes in and they need to leave and go into the field, then sometimes the work that they're working on with the kennels is getting left undone.
Other questions, comments? So we're going to determine the pay information and provide that after closed session?
We will,
And then we would
yes.
act on this item?
We will.
Okay.
Yes.
Everybody good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. We'll come back to you. All right, we'll move to
Thank you.
We'll move to agenda item number 18, call on Deputy County Manager Jonathan Boone to present the request.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
As the board is aware, staff has been working on plans and advertise for bids construction of the third shell building at the Middlesex Corporate Center. We opened those bids back on June 17th. We had 7 bidders respond, very healthy response. Bids submitted on the project for that third shell building, which will be located on the US 264 alternate end of the Middlesex Parkway, range from $3,065,846 to $4,292,488. Although I will say that high number was a bit of an anomaly. The six lowest bids were within 11% of each other, so it was actually a really tight bid window that we had on this project. The average bid that we received, so if I take all 7 bids, average those together, was $3,398,725. We have confirmed, and I have included a copy of the certified bid tab with this agenda item for you, that Jackson Builders Incorporated was the lowest responsive bidder at the number of $3,065,846. So staff's recommendation is that the contract be awarded to Jackson Builders. We included a copy of the contract with the agenda item submitted, and I further provided a copy of the bid specifications and addendums for the project that will be incorporated as part of the project, but awarded that to Jackson Builders and include a contingency amount of $34,153.54 for a total contract award, $3.1 million. I will note in the supplemental memo that I provided, I did have one typo. I reduced the number by $1. You will see above the 3.1 million, it says 306,4856. It should have been, again, 3065. But again, the total award would be $3,100,000 with a contingency amount of $34,153.54. And we're asking that the board authorize the county manager to execute the contract on behalf of the county with Jackson Builders so we can move this project forward. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Discussion from the board. Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second.
Second?
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. We'll now move, excuse me, sir.
I would like to make one comment on behalf of our department that handles this. this again is done without the employment and spending the funds for a architect firm, which would have cost us probably between $180,000 and $200,000. I want to commend our staff to be able to do that, save those funds. We did have to pay a site engineer, of course, but still, it's a lot of money saved, and of course, that's one reason we needed the additional position this morning that we met the individual that came in on, but I think the board should be very proud of what we could do in-house and save those funds, and probably enough to pay for a lot of the cost of that department, quite frankly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for those comments. All right, we'll move now to agenda item 19. Call on the Finance Director, Nikki Stanton, to present the request.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
All right, first is the project ordinance for the Middlesex Shell Building. Just approved the contract. This is just the project ordinance. It's an amendment. The original project ordinance was for $1.6 million. Now that we've received the contract, we're amending it. You'll see in the amended column, we have included, we're transferring money from the Economic Development Fund. There's also some leftover OSBM state grant funds and interest earnings.
Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, you've heard the recommend. I think you stated the recommendation to approve the amended capital project ordinance.
Yes, sir.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins, second by Commissioner Howell. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move now to agenda item number 20. Ms. Stanton will present the request.
This is also an amended project ordinance. This is from the Nashville Business Center Shell Building. This is to actually show the unspent funds from the OSBM grant that will be included in the Middlesex Shell Building number 3 project ordinance. It's truing up the numbers, and the recommendation is to approve the amended capital project ordinance.
Any discussion from the board? Hearing none, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Move for approval.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett, second by Commissioner Wilkins. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Move now to agenda item number 21, budget amendments. Ms. Stanton continues.
Okay. Just trying to see what budget amendment it is. Do we have slides? Do we have slides with the budget amendments on? Okay. All right. So on this budget amendment, we have 5 categories. The first one is going to be Keep America Beautiful. This budget amendment is to budget funds to cover the Keep America Beautiful allocation requirement. Just a little background, the Keep America Beautiful of Nash and Edgecombe County program has continued to focus on coordinating and promoting litter reduction, recycling, and community improvement initiatives through public awareness, education, and special events. They came in with their budget, and we allocated $36,000 in our budget for this. It came in at a little over 40, so this is just covering the difference of what they came in with our portion of their budget.
Any questions? I think this is, we're in collaboration with the City of Rocky Mount on this, is that right, Madam Manager?
That's correct.
And I think we talked about possibly at a mid-month meeting, maybe we'd get them to come out and give us a presentation on the value of this program. So, all right, go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
All right, the second one is the Senior Center project. This is from the project ordinance that we approved last meeting. It's just to reverse out that $260,000 allocation from fund balance. It's to put it back into fund balance because we did a whole different project ordinance for the Senior Center.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Number 3 is Veteran Services. This budget amendment is to budget funds from the Veterans Grant to the Veterans Revenue. From the Veterans for their expenses. We received funding on 6/18. They have to have it spent by 7/31. There is one revision that I would need to make, and I'm not sure how I can do this, but the actual grant number was for $18,289.
So you're amending this amendment 18289?
289, please.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
Okay. Number 4, this budget amendment is to transfer the economic development funds to the Middlesex Shell Building. Number 3, as discussed in the project ordinance, the first project ordinance you approved.
Any questions? Hearing none, go ahead, Ms. Stanton.
All right, and the last one is a budget amendment to reappropriate unspent funds from fiscal year '25 to fiscal year '26. This isn't normally done until the next meeting or a meeting after, when we do carryover funds that aren't spent from one year to the next. However, DSS has requested that the Special Children Adoption funds be moved over now because they want to use the funds to take a group of foster children to Emerald Point on July the 18th.
Any questions? All right, so without objection, I'm going to ask that we approve all of these amendments with one motion, with number 3, Veteran Services, amended from $18,000 to $18,289. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, there a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. That motion passes. Ms. Stanton continues with number 22, which is another budget amendment.
This budget amendment is actually from last fiscal year, FY25. This is for informational purposes, and this is also to cover us so that when the audit comes, that we've already addressed this issue. So each year, we get fines and forfeitures from the clerk, and those funds are sent over to the public school system. All fines and forfeitures have to be sent to the school system for their use. We normally budget $500,000 to be received and spent. A little background, in FY22, we sent $477,000. In FY23, we sent $503,000. In FY24, we sent $480,000. In FY25, in May, we had a huge forfeiture for $250,000. We're sending the school system in FY25 $818,000 in fines and forfeitures. This budget amendment appropriates the revenue collected in May and June to cover the expenses to send the school system the additional funds we received in fines and forfeitures.
The 325, and this is not federal.
Correct.
Any discussion? Any comments? Hearing none, all in favor indicate, is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Commissioner Harrington, is there a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Leggett. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Stanton.
Thank you.
Move now to agenda item number 23, board appointments, calling the Assistant County Manager, Tia Fuller, to present the request. Good morning, Ms. Fuller.
Good afternoon.
Oh, afternoon again. I'm
We have
confused
a
on
few
that.
boards that just need your attention here. First is the Tourism Development Authority. Please consider the reappointment of Michael Wise to the Tourism Development Authority. Mr. Wise's term expired on April 30th, 2025. Mr. Wise is willing, eligible, and recommended for reappointment. If approved, his new term will extend through April 20th, 2028.
You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no.
Thank you. Next is our Consolidated Health and Human Services Board. I'm happy to say that we have 4 recommendations from that board. The Health and Human Services Board met on June 19th and recommended the following 4 board members. Ms. Yolanda Logan, who's a public member. Ms. Logan is actually a pharmacist, but she would be filling the public member spot here. Dr. Allison Moore Harris is also a pharmacist who's going to take that pharmacist member position. Cynthia Pritchard is a retired Nash County school social worker, and so she'll take the social work member position. And Brenda Morgan Neal is a public member. These 4 members are willing, eligible, and recommended for appointment. If approved, their 4-year terms will extend through June 30th, 2029.
Any discussion? You've heard, go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
I just point out that Cynthia Pritchard is the mayor of Spring Hope's mother. Should be a great addition.
Did not know that.
All right. Any other discussion, comments? You've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Davis, second by Commissioner Wilkins.
Thank you.
All
I'd
in
also-
favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Forgive me. I also want to add that Consolidated Health and Human Services Board is still actively seeking to fill remaining vacancies, and those positions are engineer, dentist, optometrist, veterinarian, 2 consumers, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist. And so they are working on those still. But if this board has any recommendations, please let me know, and I'll send those applications out. Finally, the Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments. The Upper Coastal Plain Council of Governments is currently seeking to fill the vacancy for its Nash County at-large member. The role must be occupied by a non-elected and non-appointed individual residing within Nash County. The ideal candidate would be someone with the time to serve and who understands local to regional cooperation, collaboration, and service delivery. And this board is requested to recommend a replacement. I did send an application to a recommendation and have not yet heard back, so the position is still vacant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Move now to agenda item number 24, Commissioner comments. Any commissioner have any comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Wilkins?
I do want to say, and just thank our staff for moving so swiftly and expeditiously during the animal control issue. I sat home, and when I heard it, I just kind of drew up, but the emails I received from staff, from the county manager, and the action that they swiftly took spoke mounds. And so, and to not have anyone here during public comment, I think that is a commendation for all of them. And so I just want to thank them for their swift movement and their action on what was done to remedy the situation.
Thank you for those comments. Other comments? Commissioner comments? Commissioner Davis?
Yeah, well,
Commissioner Harrington?
I just want to say, through my travel, Nash County, and especially District 1, is so beautiful geographically as you ride through it that I just want to say it's a great-looking county. And if you take a Sunday or Saturday evening ride, especially from Whitaker's all the way to Castalia, you will enjoy it.
We just did that. Nice trip up there. Other comments? Mr. Belfield?
One thing I have observed when we have public comments on an issue, and there's no one here, I've been running it through my mind in this meeting. Should that be delayed and notification so people that would comment if they were here would get a chance to do so? What about that, Mr. Turner? About public comment?
We can set public comments.
Public hearings.
Anywhere we choose.
I meant public hearing.
We can set those comments anywhere we choose at the discretion of this board. I would recommend you board members, you think about that and provide your thoughts to me, and then we'll see what the general consensus is, and then we'll talk about that some more maybe.
Yeah.
I generally think
I do think we need to address it.
Okay. Other comments?
I'd like clarification.
Commissioner Davis?
He said 2 things. Are you talking about public comment or public hearings?
Public hearing, not the public comments where, at the beginning, after we call for a public hearing, a motion for a public hearing, and we go into public hearing and there's no one here to comment.
Well, just me, I'll just state my opinion. Generally, if people have an issue that they're concerned about in a rezoning matter or something of that nature, it doesn't matter what time of the day you have it, they're going to be there to speak.
Well, this wasn't a rezoning matter that.
Well, that's a public hearing.
We have, public hearing on something that we're gonna approve or
Well, I'd ask the
disapprove.
board to just give me your thoughts on that. Shoot it to me in an email, okay? All right, other comments? Commissioner Davis?
I'd like to give a housing report because it's still looking good for Nash County. There were 59 new home permits issued in the month of June. There were 47 stick-built. There were 12 modulars, or the highest priced home for stick-built was $603,000. The highest priced modular was $346,000, if we can believe that. Vertical construction during the month of June was $5.35 million, and the distribution, again, was throughout the county. Bailey had 11 new permits issued, Middlesex area 9, and I'm using addresses, so it could be outside of the city limits, but close there too. Nashville had 7, Sharpsburg had 4, Spring Hope had 7, Castalia had 1, and Brattleboro rural routes had 3. So you can see they are distributed a little heavy on the southern end of the county, as they have been, but still throughout the county, we're seeing new homes built. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other commissioner comments? Okay, I've got, I'm going to do this as quickly as I can. I've got 3 written statements I want to share today. As you know, enhancing transparency has been one of my top priorities since being elected chairman. I believe it is also a shared priority of this board and our county staff. To continue advancing this important goal, I'm recommending the following actions be completed by the end of this calendar year, if possible. 1, review and update the board's rules of procedure, conducting a thorough review of the current rules of procedure with any proposed revisions or updates to be brought before the full board for consideration and approval. 2, formalize appointed committee practices and information sharing. Develop a clear and consistent framework for the operation of appointed committees, which include members of the Board of Commissioners, including how information from these committees is shared with the full board. This process should also be subject to approval by the full board. To accomplish this, I'm recommending that 2 board members be appointed by the board chairman, 1 Democrat and 1 Republican, with the responsibility to seek input from all board members. Also, a staff person designated by the county manager, preferably the HR director, since policies and procedures will be reviewed, and the county attorney participating on an as-needed basis. Monthly updates, or more often if needed, would be provided to the full board. Following board approval, both items, rules of procedure and committee practices, should be reviewed on an annual basis to assess whether any updates or changes are necessary. Additionally, I'm providing written recommendations today on the establishment of these committee practices. Copies are being provided to the full board, the county manager, the deputy county manager, the assistant county manager, and the county attorney. I'm also submitting this statement and my written input to the clerk, and respectfully request that both be included in the official minutes of this meeting. The other copies I will give to the clerk before I leave, and she will place those in your box so you have access to it immediately. Next, I want to give a shout out to Nash County Ruritan Clubs. Ruritan is a national civic organization founded in 1928 with the mission of creating a better understanding among people, and through volunteer community service, making America's communities better places in which to live, work, and play. One of the organization's most heartwarming initiatives is the Rudy Bear program. The Rudy Bear, named after the Ruritan mascot Rudy, originated as a comforting tool for children in crisis situations. These soft teddy bears are distributed to law enforcement officers, EMS personnel, and firefighters, who in turn offer them to young children experiencing trauma, whether from an accident, domestic situation, fire, or medical emergency. The idea is simple but powerful. In a moment of fear or uncertainty, when a child receives a symbol of comfort, security, and compassion. Over the years, the Rudy Bear has become a nationally recognized symbol of Ruerton's commitment to community care and support for first responders. Here in Nash County, I'm proud to report that we have 7 Ruerton clubs: Benvenue, Coopers, Dorches, Elm Grove, Momire, Oak Level, and Westmount. These clubs have recently come together in a meaningful way, providing Rudy Bears to Nash County EMS. Additionally, bears are also routinely donated to the Sheriff's Office and county volunteer fire departments. Their generous action ensures that these groups have this valuable tool at their disposal, ready to offer for reassurance to our youngest and most vulnerable citizens in times of distress. As a Ruerton member, I commend our local Ruerton clubs for their ongoing dedication and compassion, and thank them for being such a vital part of our community. Madam Clerk, I request that this recognition statement for Nash County Ruerton clubs and the good work that they accomplished through the Rudy Bear program be documented in the minutes of this meeting, and I will provide you with the statement. Finally, I have a brief comments on a personal note. Our Heavenly Father teaches us in Ecclesiastes that to everything there is a season. For me, the seasons of my life have included service to others. First, proudly serving my country in the United States Air Force, then in a 31-plus year career at Abbott Laboratories, through involvement and leadership in local civic life, and serving as National President of Ruerton. And when my term expires in 2026, 18 years as a Nash County Commissioner. I've also been highly blessed with a very loving and supportive family who have stood beside me and supported me every step of the way. God has truly blessed my life. If you followed my last campaign, you may recall I stated that I did not intend to seek re-election again, and that remains true today. Throughout my life, I've worked to be steady, faithful, and respectful, even when times were challenging, and especially when decisions weren't easy. I've always done what I believed was right, not for top politics, but for the people I represent. This decision not to seek re-election allows me to fully dedicate the next 18 months to the work still ahead, without the distraction of a campaign. I want to be clear about one thing. I remain fully committed to doing the work. My goal is to continue encouraging clearer processes, more consistent communication, greater transparency, and greater access to information for both this board and the public. Nash County deserves that, and I intend to do all I can to help make it a reality before my time in office concludes. After nearly 2 decades of service as a county commissioner, I believe it's time for fresh eyes and new ideas to help lead Nash County into its next chapter. My prayer is that current and future leaders of this county will lead with unity, transparency, and the same love for Nash County that has guided me all these years. As seasons change and I look ahead, I feel it's time to focus on what matters most, my family and my faith. I look forward to spending more time with my loved ones and becoming more deeply involved in my church and community in new ways. Thank you for trusting me, thank you for challenging me, and thank you for walking with me in service to the county I care so deeply about. My goal was never to hold a position, but to serve a purpose. I will leave with peace in my heart, knowing I stayed true to that commitment. I will provide you with a copy of my statement, Madam Clerk. We'll now move to Manager's Report. Call on the County Manager.
Thank you. I just have a couple items. I just want to remind the board that we have scheduled our August meeting for August 11th. Mr. Cole referenced that when he was at the podium earlier, but that is the second Monday in August, so I just wanted to make sure that that is on your radar. It's August 11th is our next board meeting. And the next time that we have a second meeting of the month will be in September the 22nd at 1:30. We do have some ideas for presentations to the board for that meeting, but if any of our board members have something on your mind that you'd like to share, please make sure you reach out to me and share your ideas, and we'll see what we can make happen. And at this time, I'd just like to turn it over to Jonathan Boone for an update on the Southern Nash Wastewater Committee.
Thank you, ma'am. Quick report. Last committee meeting for the board was, last committee meeting on the project was back on June 11th. Meeting focused heavily on a virtual call with a couple attorneys from Parker Poe that answered some prepared questions that the committee had compiled, primarily focused on organizational structure. Since that time, the committee was allowed to submit follow-up questions. Those were submitted, I believe, on the 19th, transmitted to the attorneys at Parker Poe on the 20th, and anticipate we'll have those responses back before our next meeting, which is the 23rd of this month at 2:30 p.m. here at the administration building. We'll say, based on updates from our engineer assistants on the project, the Wooten Company, they're continuing their efforts working with the state DEQ, trying to determine the speculative limits. You may recall that term being used before, but effectively the state's going to tell us what would be allowed to be discharged into the Tar River. And that is, a lot of that is a function of a model that the state compiles and runs. They are in the process of updating that model. They anticipated being through that process at the end of last month in June. We did learn from them the first week of this month, I believe July 2nd, that they will continue to work on that model through peer review, so that's holding us up a little bit. We had anticipated having a draft report from the Wooten Company for the committee to review this month. That may be delayed a little bit into next month, but really the biggest item that we're waiting on is an official answer from the state in terms of what the discharge would be allowed to be at the Tar River in close proximity to the NC 581 bridge, where we anticipate this plant being constructed. But continuing to work on the project, anticipate the report being issued this month, and may bleed over into August as we wait for guidance from the state. But our next meeting is July 23rd.
Any questions for the manager or the deputy manager? Hearing none, thank you both for those reports. I now call for a motion to go into closed session for economic development, attorney-client privilege, and personnel.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wilkins. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Belfield. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Mr. Gaynor, do we expect any action after the closed session? Well, we actually do, right? Number 17 we're coming back to. But we don't expect anything else.
I don't think it's going to be action from the closed session, but I think it's going to be action that's going to happen after the closed session. In theory, I mean, the manager's going to provide the financial details in open session.
For 17, the agenda items you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We'll come back to that. We will have to act on that. Anything else?
I don't think there'll be anything else.
Okay, we'll now move into closed session.